Welcome to the show. If I can get all these monitors going right. Anyhow, we got a few things to tackle today. It certainly has been a busy 10, 15 days for President Trump. A lot has been going on. I think it goes without saying that the Iranian war, conflict, excursion, whatever you want to call it, it's not going as well as the Trump administration or even most Americans would like. Even if you believe we're winning, we're not winning in a manner that would satisfy most Americans because the price of fuel is going up, not down. The Strait of Hormuz is closed, not opening. If it satisfies you to watch things go boom in Iran, and that's all it takes for you to deem it as a victory, then yeah, we're kicking ass. But economically, we're paying the price here in America. We're paying the price economically. And that price will go on for quite a while because as many of us, we've mentioned this on the show, and I'm sure you've heard it from other places, there's more to what's going on in terms of the cost we got to endure than just current gas prices. There's a lot more going on. Obviously, just the weapons and ordnance alone that we've expended has to be replaced. And that's billions of dollars worth of shit. That is billions of dollars worth of shit that's got to be replaced. And that's even if the Strait of Hormuz was to open yesterday. We have to replace all of that. Every time you see something go boom, that is literally hundreds of thousands. Imagine having you go to these July 4th celebrations, whether you're at a ballpark or whether you're out, popping your own fireworks on Independence Day. Anyone that has ever bought fireworks on Independence Day, you know how much that little shit costs. You get a nice little shower fountain of fireworks. So you may pay $20, $30 per fuse you light. That's for the average citizen celebrating the 4th of July. When you're watching shit go boom from the U.S. military, each one of those explosions can easily be hundreds of thousands of dollars. Easily. That's coming out of your pocket as a taxpayer. Every time you've seen one of those Venezuelan boats go boom, that's your tax money going boom. Oftentimes, the boom cost significantly more than the boat they were blowing up. And now, of course, they're in Iraq, in Iran, rather, and they're in Iran. They're really spending a ton of money. And that's not just for the shit going boom. That's also to feed the soldiers, to keep the equipment running, to keep folks deployed. All of that's costing a fortune. They're paying them combat pay. All of that's coming out of your tax dollars. Think about that the next time we're bitching about how much the Somalis are getting away with in Minnesota. So understand you're paying a fortune. So we're going to talk about, in regards to the Iran war, how that's going, or better yet, how that's not going. And I want to give you a couple clips before we get deep into the program. Because what I wanted to ask you in addition to, and we're going to get into that whole Trump as Jesus post, but before I get into that, I want you to simply give me which president. Who do you think was better at managing the economy at this point, Trump or President Biden? Because we've seen enough of Trump now to make a decent comparison. Trump is coming up on his second year. So the question is, who do you think is better at managing the economy at this point, Trump or President Biden? And as we bring up guests, I'm going to be asking that question because I want to know the metrics. If Trump is doing a better job than Biden, I want to know the metrics as to why that's being said. There are plenty of folks who believe Trump is doing better. By the way, saw an article today. We are 8 cents away from having the highest price average for fuel in this country in U.S. history. I believe Biden is the current leader of that. 8 more cents. And Trump will be the owner of the highest gas prices in U.S. history. So keep that in mind. I want you to hear a clip if I can find what I'm looking for here. This is what I'm looking for. I want you to, because this is Megyn Kelly, and I don't normally. Well, listen. I mean, Megyn Kelly is obviously not a fan of Trump anymore, but this is an economic statement because a lot of folks believe once the Strait of Hormuz is open, gas prices will go right down momentarily. I want you to. These are all right-wing sources. So if you lean right, you certainly are familiar with these sources. There's no MS Now or even CNN in this.
Oil prices are now spiking back to over $100 a barrel. And our friend Eric Bolling, who was in the oil business for 3 decades, it was like several years prior to joining Fox News. That's where he made a considerable fortune. It was not off of his Fox News job. So he knows something about the oil and gas industry. And he went on Steve Bannon's show over the weekend and said, it's not going to stop at $100 a barrel. Watch.
This is really bad. Vance walked out. I had thought he was going to stay a lot longer and maybe try and negotiate, keep the negotiations going. But he left after 21 hours and headed back here. I'm trying to figure out why. I mean, this is global oil. This is a global economy at risk. Can I just very quick, I'll tell you, the first thing I did is I called a couple of my friends who are major brokers of international oil. And I said, what do you think? It feels like a lot higher. And they said, yes. I said 110. And the quote was, very soon. So we finished Friday at about $96, $97 a barrel. So these people think at least 100. I do too, at least 110. It's not temporary. And we literally removed a President Biden, for bringing inflation up. The last inflation number we just saw, Steve, has inflation tripling, energy inflation tripling month over month from February to March. That's 1 month. And we started the month of March very low and worked our way all the way up through the month. I will tell you, I believe we'll have a 5% inflation, 6% inflation.
So that is Eric Bolling, formerly of Fox News. I think he's at Newsmax now. So there is nothing liberal leaning about Eric Bolling or even Megyn Kelly for that matter. But you do hear them suggest that what we're dealing with is not going to be short-lived. And I'm bringing this up because you heard President Trump, short-term pain for long-term gain. They're not indicating this is short term. And by the way, it's not just them making this claim that this is going to last for a while. There are other folks making the same claim, suggesting that we may be paying for fuel, higher cost for energy longer than we originally expected.
And I don't even know why people would do it. We agree.
So do you believe the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections?
I hope so. I mean, I think so. It could be, or the same, or maybe a little bit higher, but it should be around the same. I think this won't be that much longer. They're wiped out, man. They're wiped out, and you don't get a fair shake. We need a free and fair press in this country.
And now he goes on to the media. That doesn't sound like a vote of confidence by the current commander-in-chief himself. So for folks who may have heard Megyn Kelly or who may have heard Eric Bolling, well, they're just Trump haters all of a sudden. President Trump's message himself is not even coming with a vote of confidence. Who is better on managing the economy, President Trump or President Biden? So I want you guys to think about that because we don't know where this gas price surge is going to end. So I'm asking you this question now, but we could probably come back and revisit this in a month or so because chances are, if Eric Bolling is correct, gas is only going to go up. President Trump is likely to be the president with the highest average in gas prices average in history. So we'll certainly be talking about it from that standpoint. Also, in addition to talking about the economy and the economics, I do want to ask you folks, I do want to put this on the screen and ask you folks, simply put, what the hell is this? You guys seen this clip, this post rather, President Trump, hand on the head of a man that looks like he's ailing, laying down. There are folks standing by, looks like veterans, Statue of Liberty's in the background. There's an eagle flying, a couple of eagles flying around, a couple of fighter jets flying around. American flag, Old Glory's in the background. And oddly enough, in what looks like the light coming from the heavens, there's a demon in that. There's a demon in the background. What on God's earth is Trump trying to say while posting this? This came from President Trump's account. So, I mean, it didn't come from somebody else. This literally came from his account. And in addition to suggesting it came from his account, I want you to hear, if you've seen the clip of the video, or better, have you seen the clip of the picture I just had up? President Trump, because it's been so controversial, was asked to explain what the hell he posted.
Did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depiction. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and it had to do with Red Cross, as a Red Cross worker there, which we support, and only the fake news could come up with that one.
So he's suggesting that he saw the picture and thought it was depicting him as a doctor, and only the fake news, according to Trump, could, I suppose he's saying, could misinterpret it of some sort. And, you know, listen, President Trump blames a lot on the media. Whether or not the media is at play here, there's been a lot of folks, Christian and otherwise, complaining about this. I want to talk about this real quick before we continue on. Now, according to President Trump, he saw this and thought he depicted him as a doctor. He wasn't trying to play Jesus. He thought he depicted him as a doctor. I don't know how much you can see on my screen here, but first of all, look at what the president in the photo is wearing. Have you ever been to any medical facility whatsoever and saw somebody dressed like that? Anywhere. Now, he has his hand on the patient, I guess, or the guy that's ailing. He has his hand on his head, and it's causing the person's face to emit light. What physician can make that happen? Where a physician can simply lay his hand on your head and cause your entire face to emit light? Perhaps Dr. Mr. Miyagi? Remember, he's claiming he thought this portrayed him as a doctor, not a deity. There's clearly a woman on the side of his right hand that is in prayer. So she's praying, which is, you know, that happens in hospitals and that happens where doctors are. That does happen. The nurse is there's a nurse kneeling down. It appears to be on her knees. She's the only one that is wearing any kind of medical equipment, such as a stethoscope. But the photo features Trump wearing nothing resembling anything any medical professional would wear. So, and then of course, the whole procedure, in addition to causing the patient's face to emit light, is being performed outside. Where do physicians operate in this manner, where they can literally make the patient emit light, and they're doing it outside in a non-sterile environment? He thought this portrayed him as a doctor. Thank you for the TikTok cap, Rod S. So I do want to talk to you folks, because I want you guys to give me some explanation on this. Are folks wrong to suggest that Trump was trying to portray himself as some kind of higher being? Because Trump said, I was just thinking that this made me as a physician. Is he correct in saying the media is portraying him incorrectly? I do want to hear from you folks, because I've never seen anything like this. Looking in the comments, Evil Babu says, ladies and gentlemen, and boys, also girls, put your hands together for the greatest showman in YouTube entertainment. Wow. I give you today the man that hears, that knows all, his best political person out there, starring Tim Liberal. I appreciate the generosity. I appreciate the opening. I'm a modest man. If I was any lighter, you'd see me blushing. Evil B by Boo. I do appreciate that. Wow. Looking in the comments here briefly, though. Thank you, Evil B by Boo, by the way. Evil B by Boo says Trump ain't shit, and you shouldn't be mocking God like that. But we got a crazy, completely Satanist president in the White House. Damn. And by the time I read that, 3 people had already clicked like on his comment. You guys don't think Trump is a Satanist, do you? Really? I will tell you, though, in this particular video or photo, I keep calling it a video, but in this photo, he does have a demon right off the side of his head. I don't know Remember, the man said he saw this and thought he was a physician in this. Stick, Darula, appreciate the hat and a mustache. Thank you very much. Going to the box real quick before we go to the comments. If you guys know how we run the program, I have to give you the spiel. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody here. This is a MAGA-friendly program. It always has been, always will be. Liberals are welcome on the program as well. Our comments go left of Mom Donnie to I'm having dinner with Q. So understand, no one gets censored. It's kind of uncensored speech. If you favor free speech from all sides of the aisle without any concern of being censored by the host, you're in the right place. Follow the program if you're watching us on Instagram, TikTok, or Substack. Happy to be watching us on YouTube. Give your boy a sub. This is why he's not in a lab coat. He was in New York City shopping for a flag when this happened. A physician, what does that say? A physician standing by springs into action with medication in hand, which he'll deliver to the patient, stop the pain. Yeah, but he's tapping him on the head and his whole face is glowing. I've never seen a physician do something of that nature. Let me go straight to the box. Maybe somebody can help clear this up because the president suggests that he is not, I repeat, not trying to mock any deity or any god. He's simply portraying himself as, he saw this, thought it showed him as a physician. You understand, no one gets censored. You got an echo there. Super Evil, you got an echo. All sides of the aisle without any concern of being censored. Okay, I'm about to drop him because he's repeating me back. Super Evil, put in your request again. You had a serious echo. We'll go straight over to Sunflower. And Mr. G says, Trump ain't shit, MAGA ain't shit. Sad thing is, Obama's tan suit will still be more outrageous to them. Yikes. Sunflower, good evening.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good. Now, I'm assuming you've probably seen this on the media somewhere.
Oh, yes.
What does it say to you? President Trump stated that he posted this because he thought it was showing him as a physician, a doctor.
So showing him, if he's outwardly saying I'm stupid, like there's nothing else to get from that. I mean, he sees doctors. You could tell what all the bruises on his hands. He knows what doctors look like. So for him to come out and say publicly, "Oh, I'm sorry, I was dumb and I didn't realize that looked like Jesus," and every other depiction that everybody else has seen Jesus do, and healing people from the bed and glowing lights in my hand. I'm so dumb.
How about this though? Ezra in the comments says, it could be a physician. He says a doctor checks the temperature of the injured man. It's hot, which is why he has the glow. So perhaps this individual laying down simply has a really substantial fever.
And the glow transferred to the other hand.
I don't know. He tried. My viewer in the comments tried.
Listen, there's nothing like a Trump supporter spinning his web of lies into anything they can. Put a big pile of crap and they'll spin it into some kind of gold.
Yeah. Oh my God, that is hilarious. So no chance he has a fever of about 202. So
yeah, you got the people floating off into heaven behind him. You got he's lived everything else he's done, and now he's looking to be like, hey, what's the next best thing? Well, I've rich, been president. Next thing, I'm God. I want the worship. He loved the idea of being worshipped, and now he wants that role.
Because I've been to a couple of Trump rallies. I bring this up all the time. I had one of the Trump supporters. We're in line about 5 hours waiting to get in. And I did have one of the supporters tell me that Trump was sent here directly by God. So why do you think so many of his supporters do believe he has a direct connection to the deity?
So let's say hypothetically, you 100% believe that, right? Mm-hmm. There's a difference of saying somebody was sent by somebody than saying somebody is somebody, right?
Yeah.
So there's a difference of saying, hey, God sent this person down to become a great doctor and cure people's illnesses and stuff like that, than to say, hey, this person that became this doctor is helping cure illnesses. Oh, by the way, he's God too. You know, there's a big difference between the two.
It's a challenge to figure it out. So I figured I'd run it by you guys because I thought the doctor thing.
Trump supporters need to join the Olympics. The amount of backward flips that they have to do to support this man is just it's mind-boggling. It's so mind-boggling. I mean, he's trumped on their Second Amendment, their First Amendment, anything and everything that they've had. He stumped on it, and they're like, well, it's okay. He's the one doing it. Now religion. Oh, it's okay. Yeah. He's the one doing it. Yep. I mean, there is no line in the sand for these people.
How do you think a person gets to be that powerful? And before you answer that, Den Cal in the comments said that this photo is even disrespectful of doctors. Do you think it disrespect physicians too?
Yes. The doctors who actually, got the education, who actually help people. Because even in that news interview, he said, oh, that's what I do. I do heal people. Like, he believes this. Like,
yeah, he did say that. He did say that. Wow.
Yeah.
And the weird thing is, and this isn't the first photo. Now, this is one that came off of his account, but I believe there was a photo floating around of him sitting at the Oval Office and God is tapping him on the shoulder or something. That one's been out there for a while. So there are folks who do see him in the same light as a deity or Jesus or something like that. I mean, some of his supporters have been passing that around for a few years. So
yeah, well, what they're looking at that one is like saying, hey, I'm touching you, so I'm supporting you. You have me behind you because you're the one I'm supporting, which I could see a Trump supporter saying. This is him taking the place of the person touching him on the shoulder.
Damn.
So they're listen, they're out of straws. I don't know how many more straws they got left.
Well, there is another drawing. There was this one that came from his. He released this one before. Hang on a second. Trump deleted he did delete the photo. He thinks the net isn't forever, says Mr. G. Yeah, he finally deleted it. Apparently somebody got to him, but he finally deleted the photo. But he also posted this one, I believe, either earlier this year or late last year.
He did, right? But here he's posting at himself as a priest. Right, or the Pope.
The Pope,
right? The Pope is not God, right?
No.
Pope is a messenger of God, right? Delivering the word of God to people, right?
Yeah.
So that, borderline.
But is he even known to be Catholic?
No, he's been atheist like pretty much for most of his adult newsworthy life.
So then, is it safe to assume that he's I won't say safe to assume, but would it be out of pocket or wrong to suggest that he is deliberately insulting the Catholic religion?
I don't think he's doing. I actually don't think he's doing it for the intent of insulting, which is kind of ironic. I think he's doing it because he believes he is almighty and powerful. I think he wants the position. He wants the worship. He wants that position. It's really all it comes down to, right? You say you can see the evil behind him and stuff like that. That's what evil wants. They want the power of God. And this is what he's displaying to the people.
What if there was another sinister purpose or another beneficial purpose? And thank you, Buckeye 404. Got me looking like Elvis, Black Elvis. So let me ask it to you this way, because in the comments, Marquis says that he might just be trying to distract from all the bullshit he's got going. Is it possible that this could be him just simply trying to change the subject?
I think there's a lot of things he's distracted from, but I will say there's a difference between your true believers, your true faith believers, and your crazy whacked out MAGA, right? There's two different people inside the Republican Party. So to me, it's a big risk if he was to do it like that, because he did alienate a lot of people who will look at this and be like, oh no, I'm sorry, there's no man above God, and the fact that he did this, I can't support that anymore, because he's lost some supporters on other things, right? So I feel like this just even on your more independent voters, that are religious.
Okay.
This is where that's stuck in. MAGA, the crazy whacked ass MAGA's never gonna. There's nothing this man can do that they would change his mind. I mean, they're gonna.
You think MAGA would
find
stick?
out-
You think MAGA would stick by him even if he insulted their religion?
Yeah.
Their God?
Yeah, because God intended for him to do that for some reason. That they'll twist and, like I said, Olympics, gymnastics, whatever they want to do, that's what they will do to make whatever he did it right. Because there's nothing right to explain this, right? Everything that he has done, from the bombing on the school to even starting this war, right? Everything he has done that they said Harris would do if she won, they have made excuses. Oh, well, he needed to. He had to because of this. I heard on another live where somebody was arguing that he had to go to war with Iran because they closed the strait. I'm like, no, they only closed it after it. And no matter how many times they tried to explain it to
But there is a legitimate argument in favor of Trump that does suggest that if Iran was on the cusp of actually enriching enough uranium for weapons grade material, I think even a lot of non-MAGA, non-Republicans, even some independents and even liberals would say that we had to do something about it. Most of America, on all sides of the aisle, does not want Iran to become a nuclear power.
No, nobody does, right? But then you look at the last attack where he said he annihilated everything, right? Annihilated, got rid of everything. There was no chance whatsoever. He all crumbled and gone, right? So you can't go from saying that to that they're an immediate threat when your own national security is telling you they're not an immediate threat.
So why do you think he's doing that? Why would he? Tulsi Gabbard, that's who you're likely referring to. Why would he go against? And thank you for the hat mustaches. I hope that didn't say demon, considering our discussion. Demetrius, thank you. Why would he go against his own intelligence when they're coming out and publicly saying that they're not, Iran is not developing a nuclear weapon? Why do you think he would go against his own people?
I believe that there's something between pretty much Israel and our president. The leader of Israel and our president, they're in cahoots with each other, and they were going in it together. And he didn't care what everybody else says. It's just about what he tells you his feelings are, right? Oh, it was my gut. I know more than my intelligence. Look, he knows more. He's Jesus.
I'm gonna leave it at that. But before I'm going to be moving on quicker this time. But what I do want to ask real quick is, who do you think so far? I mean, look, there's still over 2.5 years of Trump remaining. But who do you think is better for managing America's economy between Trump and his predecessor, Joe Biden?
I think Biden, because when you look at what Biden was handed and how he was pulling us out of it, I mean, you literally, when Trump took over, everything was getting back to norm, right? We went through a global pandemic, not like, hey, just United States thing. It was a global pandemic. We were getting back to our norms, right?
Okay.
Yes, we went up high, but it wasn't something that was caused by an individual person. It was a global pandemic caused it, right?
Hold on, before you continue, I got Trump chickened out. This is never mind. This is YouTube, and I'm like, because Trump shut down the strait, and CNN's got this ticker because he shut down the strait. I don't know if anybody's challenged that yet. This may be an old video. I just didn't realize they didn't have the current news on, but because he shut down. Do you think that was a good idea, considering that Iran is charging ships to go through the strait, and Trump is like, we're not going to let you make money from this? Do you think at least he took the right step there?
No, because he's the reason that's closed in the first place.
Yeah. So how do we get out of this then? I mean, he just bow down and just back off and let Iranians be as they were?
Well, yeah. According to his own intelligence, they weren't doing anything. I mean, if he didn't back out of the deal Obama did, we wouldn't be in any of this. But he did. He wanted to be like, I could do everything better. I'm going to rip up the deal Obama had. I mean, look at the Medicare. Another 2 weeks? Do we got to wait another 2 weeks for our medical?
Yeah.
he ripped up. Nobody could do it as better as him, so he'll destroy everything with no plan in place to actually make it better. Only like what is it? A thought and a concept.
What happened to the notion that we're all just engaging in a game of checkers and maybe he's playing chess? Maybe he's a few moves ahead of us and we don't realize what he's going to end up doing.
He doesn't know what a chessboard looks like, or a checkerboard. If he could play checkers, I'd be surprised.
You almost make the president sound like he lacks intelligence, man.
Well, I let him do the speaking for himself.
Oh my God. I'll leave it at that, Sunflower. I do appreciate you coming. Go ahead.
Have you ever listened to where they take one of his speeches and have AI read it so you don't hear his voice?
No, I have not.
It's some of the dumbest shit you'll ever hear. I kid you not. Listen to where he does one of his speech verbatim in an AI voice, and you'll be like, "What the hell is this robot even talking about?"
Oh my God! I'd have to see that. I haven't seen it, but
check
it sounds.
Out. If you want a good laugh and scare all at the same time, check that out.
All right, Sunflower. Pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much.
Pleasure as always.
All right, anytime. And by the way, folks, I am shortening it a little bit. I want to get a few more guests on today. Can we see your paper before you leave? What do you mean by that, Buckeye? Let me call ICE. Looking in the comments, Trump, y'all gonna leave our president, Dr. Jesus, alone. Robert Platinum. Oh, so we're gonna leave. Well, listen, Trump don't want to be left alone. There's no way in hell a person who wanted to be left alone would be on the internet just posting shit at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. The fact is, if you look at the behavior of Trump, it's pretty clear he wants to be in the spotlight. I mean, he does a lot of things that are unnecessary just to get people talking. He wants to be the center of attention. So it is what it is. Oh my goodness. For the love of God, get this fake Christian off the show. Are you suggesting my last caller was a fake Christian and some conservative? What the hell? How can you, and thank you, Buckeye, for the dancing, man. How can you suggest or even tell who's real and who's not? Just said my last caller was a fake Christian. Come on now. Here's a real Christian. Straight Talk Commerce. Good evening.
Man, you guys are regular as clockwork. Y'all take some laxatives. The flow of absolute bullshit that comes out of you is regular. The man can't do anything without you guys throwing a hissy fit. You make it too easy.
Well, wait a minute. When you say you guys, who are you?
Your guests. Wait.
You
don't give it at all. Nothing.
Straight
talk. The
talk.
man can do nothing right for you.
So you believe this is doing it right? Posting a picture of himself as what is this to you, by the way? What do you see here?
He posted a picture of him as Jesus, dude. What does it look like? Are you an idiot?
He said it looks like him as a doctor. Maybe he's the idiot you're talking about.
Link that he gave?
What?
When he said, I watched him say that.
So,
the only thing that I'm a little bit upset about is the fact that he wouldn't own it. You know what I mean?
Wait, hold on. Let me before we go into it, let me make sure we get clarity on what exactly he said, because I make sure I remember it, and for folks in the audience.
Yourself depicted as Jesus Christ.
Well, it wasn't depiction. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and it had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support, and only the fake news could come up with that one.
So he's saying the fake news media misinterpreted. Wow.
Here we go.
I'm going to talk to you on the other side, but the galaxy has been received, so sure. You know what? But we're going to talk on this. Okay, the one and only Sexy Red. Good evening.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you, and this ain't no jokes aside, and they ain't trolling. This was blasphemy. You understand me? Oh, he's a doctor, and this over here is going to say, yeah, he took accountability. No, he did not.
Do you agree with that, Straight Talk? Do you agree with her that this is blasphemy?
It is.
Okay. Well, can we first address who is saying and giving religious, clerical clarity?
Okay.
Sexy Red.
I'm a Christian.
This is gangster grandma. Okay, we're going to take her word for what.
No, I'm asking you.
Are you really serious?
In my faith.
Straight
Don't
talk.
question my faith.
Straight talk. I'm asking you.
No, you're not gonna question my damn faith. Oh hell no! Because you know what? I didn't vote for this shit.
I'm not. Listen,
what I
bitch, you
am.
get
I am
whatever
a
faith you want.
What he
I'm just
did
not taking
was a blasphemy.
I'm not taking religious advice from you.
What, you gonna take it from Trump? But he just did that when the first 4 commandments.
Way
is
before
blasphemy.
you.
I
Way
read
before
my
you.
Bible. Do you? Do you know
Way
that what he's
before you.
doing is against what our Christian?
Every other word out of your mouth is on God, on God,
Shut
on
up! Oh
God.
God, bitch, and what? And I'm not the perfect damn Christian.
You
but
need
let
to
me
carry
tell you
on
this.
with that.
I would never blaspheme my
Garbage.
God. I would never say I'm God. I would never put. And then the picture was
You got the wrong
jam-free.
religion, sweetheart. Wrong
Let me
religion.
tell you something with your white trailer trash ass.
Hey, straight. Wait. Hold on. Hang on. Straight talk.
Racist
What?
piece of shit.
No, Tim. This was pure blasphemy.
I'm asking him though. Let me get clarity.
That's who he's trying
Okay.
to heal.
Okay. I want to ask
That's who
him.
he's trying to heal.
Okay. I want to ask him. Straight talk. Is this blasphemy in your opinion? Take her out of the picture. You don't think it's
Well, that's
blasphemy?
got the wrong
That
religion.
he's not a Christian. That he is not a Christian.
You
Because
think?
that
Hold
is
on. Can she shut up for a second?
Before
Or not?
before
All right,
he
we'll talk
deleted
later.
it,
Okay.
thousands.
Okay. You gotta let him speak
Went off
though.
on him.
Okay. Let him speak and then you can respond. Go ahead. Straight talk.
You know, for my entire life, 58 years old, my entire life, that is
You're not
not a correct depiction of what Christ looked like. So you're already operating from fantasy land, you dumb bitch.
Did he call me a bitch?
Yes! At least you're hearing. At least your hearing is good.
Tim, you gonna let him call me that when I stand up for you? Knock his ass
course.
down. Knock his ass down.
You
What's he
just.
gonna do?
Knock him down.
What's he gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Oh, no.
This is.
As soon as you get off from the trailer park, come do something about it.
Man, let me tell you something. You currently fog looking ass white trailer child.
Okay.
Bitch. I'll show you a bitch. I'll show you one.
Come,
You
bring
know
it
what
on.
I tell you with your
Bring
other
it.
fog looking ass. You are a child trash. Yo, bitch, your mama should have swallowed.
Okay. Hold.
And let me tell you
Mangy,
something else.
freaking
You ain't ignorant
lot lizard.
white
Okay.
bitch. That's
Okay.
what your ass is.
I'm gonna have to probably. I'm gonna probably have to end this.
I got you, bitch. I got you.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna have to end this because you guys are gonna get the program suspended doing that. At that point, it's not a debate. It's just listen.
This woman, dude.
Well, look, she will. Hold on. Straight talk. She will come back after you, but I can't have this because otherwise the fucking AI and all of that's just gonna take down the show. I mean, you guys aren't debating at that point. You just insult each
I don't
other.
ever want to have to talk to her again. Can we make a deal on that? I don't ever want to have to speak to that human again. And I
Okay.
was going to say other things. I'm going to let her go,
All right.
but I don't want to talk to her anymore.
Okay. Well, she does think what you supporting is blasphemy, though. Now you don't believe
You
that.
think that? Listen, you guys are professional offenders. You are offended professionally. You're victims. That's your whole side of the aisle are perpetual professional victims. And you can't go one day without being. Nothing doesn't victimize you. There is nothing that doesn't victimize you.
Well,
So of course, this image is going to set you off.
I don't know why you seem to think that this is something that only sets off liberals or Trump detractors. I mean, there's a whole.
No. Listen. I get that some people would be offended by this. I also understand, in the same way that I understand why Muslims are offended by even the depiction of Muhammad. But Christians are not like that. You understand? That's not what the Christian religion is about.
Here's what I don't get.
Hold on. If it's about that to you, okay, be offended. I personally am not offended by that. And, she talks about her faith. I got a great deal of faith myself.
Wait, hold on. Has Trump ever done anything that's offensive to you?
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't, it's very difficult to offend me. I'm not a victim. You cannot victimize me.
Do you think Trump is trying to be offensive?
Yes.
Okay,
There are
then.
times when I think that yes, of course. But he doesn't have to try that hard with you. But yes, of course he tries be controversial. Of course he does. He gets you on your heels.
So you
guys are
seem
so
to have,
worried about an image,
while
a picture, a cartoon.
while admitting he is trying to insult people, you oddly enough seem to be more. You seem to be more concerned with the folks that are saying they're offended than the guy who's actually trying to offend them.
Yeah, because I want results from him. And here are the results that I'm counting, okay? We finally closed down the Strait of Hormuz. There is a blockade in front of the Strait of Hormuz. That caused, and if you will go on navigational websites and track the boats, those oil tankers are heading straight for Houston, Texas. We're getting all the money now. Iran is starving.
Wait. You're doing all you're for certain of this all in one day? We just closed the Strait down at 9:00 this morning.
No. For the last 3 days. You didn't even talk about it for the last 2 days. It's been happening for 3 days. There is a fucking line like it's a gas station.
No, Trump just posted he was going to close it down as of today. Iran is the one that's closed the Strait down, not Trump.
Okay, now you admit that Iran closed down the Hormuz Strait. Which closed the strait again? Tell me who closed the strait again.
Iran closed the strait down.
When did they do it? When did they close the strait down?
The minute we attacked them.
Okay, you weren't saying that before.
Yeah, I was.
The entire world, though you weren't, the entire world has gotten smart and realized, hey, until this bullshit between the U.S. and Iran is over and Iran starts acting like a normal country, we got to go get our oil elsewhere. They need the oil.
Now, let me ask you
the
something.
The United States is providing that oil.
Now,
we make money either way.
Aren't you the one that suggested that as of this week, gas prices are going to be lower than they were before this began?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
And?
Which is exactly why I actually came here. I didn't know about this whole Trump as Jesus thing when I first came in here. Believe me.
So what do you think? What happened? What happened with your prediction?
I was wrong. I was wrong on that prediction.
Where did you get that information from?
No. It was my opinion. I didn't get that information.
What did you base it on?
I'm just telling you that gas prices are going to fall precipitously.
When? Because President Trump is saying it may not even happen by the midterms.
For you. I was wrong about that. So in the next few months, next few weeks, you'll be dealing with $1.50 gas prices. Why
is Trump saying there may be more? Gas may go up, and it may be that way beyond the midterms. Why is he saying
it may go up before it comes down, but it is definitely coming down?
Well, yeah, eventually.
The gas prices, listen, we have too much fuel. We have too much. And there are a lot of oil companies that do not want gas prices to go to $60 a barrel. They don't want oil to go to $60 a barrel, but it is coming.
And now you went from 2 weeks to maybe a few months out.
I'm just saying it is.
Let me ask you. Okay,
what would happen sooner?
I get that you think gas is eventually.
Hold on. I told you that I was wrong.
Very.
What part of I was wrong are you not?
I'm not even going with what you said anymore. I'm asking you now. You're saying I'm going with your next prediction now. We knew you were wrong when you were saying it, man. But anyway, what we're going with now, you're saying it may come down in a few months. What I want to ask you is, will it continue going up until that time? I mean, will we see it?
No, and we're already, we are 4 times lower than practically anywhere on the planet.
But we're
anywhere in the EU.
What does that got to do with us?
4 times what?
Who cares? We're talking about in America, gas is only 8 cents a gallon away from being the highest it's ever been on average in this country. What do we care about what they're charging in Europe? That ain't got nothing to do with the conversation.
Well, because we're making a shit ton. Listen, you guys think of gas prices as the worst thing. It's not. Since we are a gas producer, we make a lot of money as a country.
Who's getting the money? Where's the fucking money going? We making a lot of money. Show me all these Americans who are making money.
You're not making dick. You're not.
So we're paying.
All of my investments, the sectors that I'm in fuel and in oil stocks, they're making a great deal of money.
So only
You
people
probably don't have
right.
any investments.
The overwhelming majority of Americans are not investing in fuel.
That is too bad for them, isn't it?
Yeah, now you're sounding more like Trump. That actually sounds far more accurate than anything you said before.
Why do you think I support him, you dipshit?
So
why do you think? Hold on. What makes you think you're like me?
I never claimed to be. You think that this is a joke.
Why does it shock you that if I am doing things or moving in a way that you're not? Why would it shock you that I would be happy about certain moves that you don't participate in and you should not be happy about?
So in other words, Trump is not doing a good job for America. He's doing a good job for a small segment.
Doing a great job.
No, he's not. Okay, give me what he's doing. Hold on. No, wait a minute. Give me what he's doing good for America, not just a small segment of oil investors.
Every single thing he's doing is good for America.
How so?
Now, you claim to be America, and you've leaving me out of it. Is that what you're trying to do?
No, I'm saying that the majority of America. Hold on. I'm trying to answer your question. You asked the question. You asked the question, and you didn't give me time to answer the question you just asked. What I'm saying is, you're giving Trump kudos for doing something that doesn't affect probably 99% of Americans. Most Americans are not dealing with stocks and oil.
Hey, listen, no. You're saying 99% of Americans don't have 401ks and aren't invested? Fuck you.
In oil? And you bitched about gangster grandma talking like that? Really?
I'm just saying, goddamn that you are insulting everyone in this country.
Ain't nobody being insulted by the bullshit you spewing but you. I want you to hear something, though, straight talk. Because right now you sounding weird as hell. But I want you to give me your...
You just keep being a victim, Tim. See where that gets
you. This ain't got shit to do with being a victim.
Goddamn 60-year-old victim I'm talking to.
Well, first of all,
like a teenage girl.
This ain't got... Are you crashing out on me, sir? Do you need President Trump to put his hand on your forehead, make your face glow?
It would be. I would definitely take the blessing.
I want you to hear this, and this ain't a fucking liberal for you.
And a demon behind him and a light glowing around him. It is obviously him purporting to be God. That is what he's doing. And it is blasphemous by any definition of that word. I actually just looked it up just to have it at the ready. I mean, blasphemy is irreverence towards sacred entities. But here's a longer definition: the act of showing great disrespect, contempt, or defiance toward God, sacred persons, or holy things, insulting, mocking, or slandering the divine. That's what he.
So Megyn Kelly got it wrong too, huh?
Yeah, Megyn Kelly is taking money from Iran.
That got nothing to do with the fucking dictionary. She read the definition of it. Is her definition wrong?
Well, I don't know where she got that definition.
What is your definition of blasphemy? Give me your definition.
I would like for you. I want you to calm down. I want you to read for me in the Ten Commandments. I want you to find in the New Testament.
I want the definition of blasphemy.
Where God says you can't be in a white robe, you cannot. I mean, give me a break.
I asked you what is the definition of blasphemy, and now you don't went to the Bible. The definition of blasphemy. What is the definition of that word?
Well, he's not mocking.
What is the definition of blasphemy? You're playing
mocking God. I just said it.
Okay.
He's not doing that.
He's not mocking God.
You think that he's mocking God by
that? Hell yeah, he's mocking God.
Listen, that's not what I see.
How do you mock God? How would you view so? Tell me what has to be done to mock God.
You want me to give you an example?
Yeah, give me an example.
Okay. If you were to portray God, not yourself, but God in a demeaning light, he is portraying himself in robes and a red sash. That is a different story.
So if you pretend,
he is saying and listen, I knew that you were going to be fixated on this like a fucking binky.
1.4 billion Catholics in the world are fixated on this shit. They're talking about this in England, for God's sake.
Don't even get me started on Catholics. I don't want to offend anybody, but Jesus, come on, give me a break. I think if they want to find out what blasphemy is, they need to look inwardly their own religion. blasphemes God every single. That's, whatever. I'm not Catholic. I don't guide my life.
Believe that. I believe that.
Yeah. You're not supposed to call anyone else father but your creator. And what do? You're not supposed to wear ornate robes. You're not supposed to burn incense. What do?
What about this? Are you supposed to do this?
Not impressed. No, he's mocking the Pope.
Okay, so that ain't that bad, I guess, then, huh?
No. I got an image of myself exactly.
I'm just saying, you wonder why you keep saying, well, people keep getting insulted and things like that, and you act like you don't understand why people don't like the guy. I mean, it's hilarious.
Listen, all right, are you telling me that if the president of the United States stopped, if he didn't, insult anyone, and he didn't make pictures, a fucking coloring book for you. I don't know the only way, and he couldn't even do it now, but the only thing you guys understand is making a government that will treat you like you're a child.
Why don't you what is so wrong, Straight Talk, with just wanting the president to run the fucking country? All of this extracurricular shit coming from the presidential account.
When do I get my president? You guys had a head of lettuce. You had your cabbage.
You didn't hear nothing I said.
I want to know, when do I get my president? I got him now. I voted, he won. Deal with it.
Now, you also, and that's fucking crazy, but you also suggested you've never heard Trump lie, right?
Yes.
So when he says he saw this picture and he thought this was him being a physician, you think he's telling the truth?
Close. That's pretty close. I will admit. Today, I think I tell the first lie. I knew you were going to bring that shit up.
When I saw him live say that, you were the first person I thought about. I'm like, this is clear as a fucking lie as you can throw out.
I know. I thought about you too the second I saw it. I'm like, fuck, I'm staying the hell away from Tim today.
Pretty close, huh?
And I should have, but I didn't.
So you're wrong on the gas prices. You're wrong on him never lying now, because this is officially a fucking lie to say he saw it.
No. I said that I have never heard the president tell a lie.
You just heard him today.
100%. Hold on. I cannot 100% say that he wasn't in a dark room and was confused by the image. It was late. Okay.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna some gymnastics. Look at my double back flip. Hey.
Yeah, you going straight up. You the first white guy portraying Simone Biles. I think you're mocking Simone Biles with that backflip shit.
Gymnast. She thinks she's a good gymnast. Look at me.
Oh my God. All right, listen, Straight Talk. You were anything but straight with your talking today. I can't really say it was pretty close to lying, huh?
Listen, I want to tell everybody in your audience, okay? Expect more of the same. Just so you guys know, the president is about to turn it to 11. So just be ready. Get your fucking blankies, get your bottles, get your binkies, because we're taking this shit to 11.
Well,
so you're aware.
I want you to keep that number in mind, taking it to 11, because that's going to be a pretty fucking bad month for you. The 11th month. So. The 11th month is going to be a really bad month for you. I got to go Straight Talk.
I don't think so.
11 is not your lucky number. 11 is not going to be your lucky number.
We'll see.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. What the hell is 11? You don't know what the 11th month is? Oh, you mean him? Anyway, looking in the comments, he is claiming oil will be $60 a gallon. You mean a barrel, I hope, right, Denkel? He's claiming oil will be $60 a gallon while touting his oil and gas investments. He is confused. That's a good point. He's claiming that the price of oil is going to go down to $60 a barrel while saying he's making a bunch of money from oil. You would want it to go high. That is a good point. And Naeem Barber says, tell him clean the mic when he is done. Is he talking shit? Is that what you're saying? He's talking shit. Real quick, the first lady is taking notes on this flute Solo. First lady with all of that Epstein shit. I don't know if she did herself any favors whatsoever. There's just too many photos of her and Epstein and all that stuff floating around for her to claim she didn't know the guy. I mean, she made it sound like she had less contact with Epstein than Hillary Clinton, because they made Hillary Clinton testify, but Melania Trump does not. I don't think anybody's buying that. I'm not saying that she's abused any children or whatever, but she had far more closer contact with Epstein than I believe, in my opinion. You can disagree, but in my opinion, she was closer to that guy that she's leading on. Not to mention, there's photos of her with Ghislaine as well, Ghislaine Maxwell too. She's closer to them that she's leading on. Here's what's interesting. She claims she got ahead of it because all kinds of nasty rumors and people are making all kinds of innuendos about her and Epstein. She is the one that was knee deep in the birther movement against Obama. So you listen, what goes around comes around. You throwing mud at somebody and making up shit on somebody. Now you kind of dealing with it. Doesn't go well. But she was knee deep in the birther controversy on Obama, suggesting that he was born in Kenya or whatever, with her husband doing that stuff. So it goes around, comes around. Don't do on to others. You know how the saying is, do on others that you'd have them do on you. I see a picture of Chuck Mouth. Straight Talk Commerce. Ibu Bibabu said he calls him Chuck Mouth Commerce. But anyways, I've seen a picture of Straight Talk Commerce, and he reminds me of Chucky and Trump. You talking about the little Chucky doll? Oh, Lord. Trump reminds me of Charles Lee Ray, the Lake Shore Strangler. I'm not aware of what Charles Lee Ray looks like, but damn, that's pretty harsh. Let me continue on with the program. I need you guys to tap the screen, get the likes on up. Smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. I haven't asked you folks to do that. If you don't mind, share the live, all that other bullshit. I'll go to the next caller. Do on to others before they do it to you, says Debo. That's the motto of some folks. That is I think that's what we're doing in Iran. That's what we're doing in Iran. We're allegedly doing to them what we feared they may do to us. So we attack them first. Go figure. But tap the screen, get the likes on up to 50,000, if you will. We'll go to the next caller as such. In the comments, the Ice Maiden was the 8th jumping ship or distracting from the war. I don't. And how do you feel about my last caller saying that that America shut down the strait? I already heard that Iran has threatened to retaliate once again, suggesting that if Trump starts fucking with boats going through the strait, they're going to fuck with the Red Sea. So Iran has options. This could end up being a forever conflict because there is no point where America can leave that region and Iran can't go back to what they're doing. There are rumors also that China has been giving the Iranians weapons. This is going to end up leading to either Russia doing better with the fight against Ukraine or China fucking with Taiwan or something. We are so distracted at this point that anything else that breaks out in the world, we really can't pay a lot of attention to it. This is a good time for other bad guys to act. I mean, we got all of our shit tied up in that area. So this is a good time for other bad guys to act. And if China was to incur on Taiwan right now, either we're going to have to cut the Iranians loose or we're going to have to just let the Chinese do whatever they want. Same thing with the Ukraine. If Russia starts receiving help from China or North Korea, some significant help, Ukraine is gone. We're not going to go help them out. So this is a whole different way we're doing things now. Are we at 50,000? Tap the screen, get the likes up. A huge mess is coming out of this. Yeah. Huge mess is coming out of this financially and globally. I don't want to accuse Trump of starting World War III, but I am going to say that it's certainly a high possibility that other conflicts could spawn off of this. It's kind of like a hurricane comes in and tornadoes spawn off of it. Tornadoes can spawn off of it. There is room on the planet for other drama now. Now that the alleged world's police have their hands full. You know, it's like a really big bank robbery in town. Well, you can go steal a car or two. They don't have enough cops to dispatch out anybody. So we're really busy right now because of this. And also, not only are we really busy because of this, even when this is over with, future presidents are going to be hesitant to get involved in shit because this is so unpopular. Just like after the Iraq War, without Trump in office, other presidents would have been hesitant to get us involved in shit because America was still so disgruntled over the Iraq War. Why Trump would get us right back into another similar conflict is amazing. How many people have to die by go to 11? I don't get the question there. Trump doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, says Big Bo C. I don't think he went in it with a plan. Are we at 50,000? Tap the screen, get the likes on up. We'll go back and finish up with one of my callers that was in here, Gangsta Grandma. I'll give her time to finish it up. Let's stay without getting censored, but go ahead.
Let me tell you something. You never have my damn back when you have a white trailer trash ass going on.
Wait, gang. Well, hold the fuck on.
You don't have
hold the fuck on. That ain't how the show is. No, that ain't how the show is ran. Where I let one person attack another person, and then I got you came in here calling them all kinds of goddamn names. So I'm supposed to hold you down?
I got you for his ugly ass. On God.
That's fine, but
Let me tell you something, though.
Okay, go ahead.
He's not even a real Christian. He's not a real damn Christian. He's not. And that's on everything. He's not. Because a real Christian wouldn't stand for that. That is blasphemy. It is.
So
it's blasphemy.
What are you saying? He's putting Trump over his own religion?
Yes. And guess what? He's going to go to the pits of hell. Because you know what? Even on Truth Social, he had tens of thousands of people. That's why he took it down. Every day, every comment was saying that's blasphemy, and they wish like they never voted for him. It's blasphemy, and it is. I don't give a damn if I'm not the best Christian because I'm a freaky Christian. I ain't gonna lie. I have my faults. But God knows my heart. But I know that Bible, though, and the first 4 commandments is about blasphemy and about putting fake gods before him and everything else. So I know my damn Bible. Thank you.
So
and that white trailer trash ass that was up here saying he's a Christian, no, he's not. And you will be in the pits of hell with him because God said that you do not condone that, and you do have to speak up about it. And if you don't, you will be right along with.
But if he is and I'm not very religious, so let me ask you, since you obviously know more about it.
I am religious.
I get it. So let me ask, since you are, let me ask you. I get it. So let me ask you a question that you would know more of the answer than I would. If he is confessing his sins for the remainder of his life, wouldn't God forgive him for this blasphemous?
No, not blasphemy. That's the one sin that God would not forgive. And it's in the 10 Commandments. He will leave you. Blasphemy is the one sin that a Christian will not do. If you're a real Christian or a Catholic, you will not do this sin because he will leave you. And he says it in the Bible. He says it in Luke. He says it in, what is that there? Oh, wow. I forget. Exorcist. He says it in John. He says it all during the Bible. He will leave you if you do blasphemy. And I promise you, that ain't no joke. I'm a freaky Christian, and I do little things like that, and I've been doing dibber-dabbing in the bedroom and stuff, but I would ever say that I'm a God, and I put my ass up like that, like I'm a God. You got me spudged.
So because I was always told that God forgives. So blasphemy is something you can never be forgiven for that.
No, that's one sin. No. If you're a legit Christian and you go to that church and you read that Bible, like I have read that Bible, I grew up in a black church, I know what I'm talking about. That is one sin is not forgivable, and that is the truth. And if you don't believe me, go bring a pastor up.
I see most of the folks in the comments are agreeing. Florida Blondie says she is full of shit, but everybody else is saying you're correct.
Bring a pastor and bring a priest, and they'll tell you that's one sin that is not forgivable. I will not touch that sin.
I'm curious. Hold on. I'm curious. Alexa, will God forgive blasphemy?
Nope.
That's a deeply personal question about faith and spirituality. Different religious traditions have varying perspectives on forgiveness and what constitutes blasphemy. For guidance on this topic, you might find it helpful to...
Alexa, stop. So in other words, I guess now we'd have to figure out what is actual blasphemy, because he don't believe this is blasphemy.
Let me tell you what blasphemy is. Don't put no fake gods before God. This, what he just did, and then look at that. His hands are glowing when he said he's healing somebody. That is blasphemy. And then put him in a robe with, the red shawl. That is, he knows. And then he says he's a doctor for real, and people believe that for real.
I don't think anybody believes that.
Little devils in the pit. Come on, Tim. Now you say you're not. You went to church and stuff. Deep in your.
No, I don't pretend that. There is nothing in me that believes you would look at this picture and think this is betraying yourself as a doctor. That's insane. No, I don't believe that. I thought it was funny that he would even try that.
I called him the Antichrist when he did him with gold statues all up in that Gaza Strip. Remember that, Tim?
Yeah.
And people said that's the Antichrist. Then look what he did on Easter. Praise Allah. Don't praise Jesus. Don't say Happy Easter. God is risen. Oh, praise Allah.
Is it possible, considering that most MAGA are believers in Jesus Christ as our Savior, is it possible that this could actually end up being more controversial than the stuff with the Epstein files? Because he got a lot of flack from this.
Let me tell you something. Before he deleted, he got roasted to hell and back.
Yeah.
He got told, he got put in his place. Not one nice comment. And they know that this is blasphemy. A real Christian would know that this is blasphemy. Now, the ones that are still sucking on his ding-a-ling, his little peckerwood, the ones that like cape and stuff, you guys probably believe that that's a damn doctor, but it's not.
No, I don't know. Listen, I didn't see anybody, I didn't see anyone agreeing that this looks like he's a doctor. What I saw folks suggesting is he's just telling a joke.
He's the Antichrist.
No, I saw people saying that, but the folks defending Trump said that this was just a joke to get liberal tears, like what Straight Talk just said.
No joke. Let me tell you something. You don't play with blasphemy. You do not joke. You do not troll on blasphemy. Oh, no. See, this is what I'm trying to tell you. You know what? Yeah, I joke around and I call snow roaches and stuff. And I tell you, I'm not the perfect Christian. But when it comes to my faith, I will pick my faith over anybody. And that right there is a Christian, is the blasphemy. And you don't troll on blasphemy. Oh, no. You don't do no kind of thing about blasphemy. No. You do not. And I know my Bible. Oh God, have it. I would not touch it. I would not touch blasphemy.
Yeah, I haven't.
I don't want to burn in the pits of hell for the rest of my life, because like he said, he'll leave you.
And thank you, Juan, for that turtle. I have not, listen, I didn't know exactly what blasphemy was myself, but this is.
You don't know what that is. I know you ain't crazy. You damn. You don't read the Bible. You never read the 10 Commandments. The first 4 10 Commandments is about blasphemy and don't put no other gods before me, and he's a just God and stuff. Oh yeah. See, let me tell you something about me. I know my Bible, and I'm very deep in my faith. I am. Just because I talk my yang shit and I'm a freaky leaky and I do all kinds of things, I know my faith. I know it, and God knows where my heart is. And let me tell you, he's going when he goes to the other side, he ain't going to the God side.
How about this? In the comments, Benicio says constantly using the phrase "on God," which is something you regularly do, suggesting that's a massive sin.
That sin is forgiven, honey boogie. Oh. Not blasphemy. I can say "on God," and God knows what I'm not doing it as a put down. Pookie.
I was told that. Now I was told that using God's name in vain has consequences.
Okay, using God's name is a sin, but it's not blasphemy. What blasphemy is what that mofo is doing in that picture. And this is not the first time he's done anything like that. You know what I mean? And, his so-called supporters, oh my God, God sent him to us. No, God didn't. And if you guys read Revelations, what he's doing right now, what this man is doing right now is everything what he's doing is in Revelation. It's the Antichrist. He said there's going to be another world war. He's trying to do that right now. Why is that, Tim? He is the Antichrist. People don't believe me. People say, and there's a lot of people that are saying that he is the Antichrist, and he is.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I got an audience full of people on these platforms that are pointing out your on God reference is a sin.
Oh, shut up. That's a little bitty sin compared to blasphemy.
What is a little bitty sin compared to a big one?
Oh, no. There's all different kinds of sins. You can have sex before you get married. That's a sin, but you can be forgiven. You could go give a BJ. That's a sin. You can be forgiven. You can say, oh, God, that's a sin to be forgiven. But blasphemy? It says it in the Bible. He will leave you. That is a no of a sin. That he will turn your back. No, a sin is not just a sin. No. Not when it comes to blasphemy.
I was told I was always told that sin is a sin. Yeah, I was always told that sin is a sin. So
not when it comes to the blasphemy. Now, your sin is a sin if you're fudging or you're doing things in the bedroom and things like that. Yeah, that's a sin. The sin is a sin, and God will forgive you. But not blasphemy. Blasphemy is a whole new level of a sin. That's something that you do not do. That you do not. You do not say you're a God and worship another fake God before Him. That is
he didn't come out and say he's a God. He said he's a doctor.
Tim.
I'm just telling you what he said.
Get the cock out your damn mouth.
Hold on. Let me stop you right there, goddammit. Because I have you on the show. Hold on. Let me get this out. Let me get this out. I want to get this out.
Go ahead, get it out. I'm going to fire your ass back. Get it out.
Because I enjoy having you on and having a conversation with you. But look, you're one of my most memorable guests. God damn it, I tell you, I had a family member the other day tell me to get the white cock out of my mouth. You realize what you're doing to my image? You realize that people, motherfuckers on the street calling me Muppets and shit? I gotta get you to your insult. Somebody told me to get the white, one of my family members did, told me to get the white cock out of my mouth.
Your family member because you do it.
No.
Yes. Let's go put a chocolate coochie or something in your mouth.
Okay, well.
Let's go to the chocolate side. You feel what I'm saying? Get the white side out your ass.
I don't have.
Maybe we can have a conversation.
I don't have white. I don't have white cock in my mouth. Goddammit. But listen, when I go for my morning coffee when I'm working my day job in the morning, while I'm getting coffee, the cashier's talking about gangster grandma. I mean, some of your insults, they live on. I'm just telling you. Some of the folks who listen to this shit.
My sexy ass. I do. They just love my freaky sexy ass. And I stand up. Let me tell you something, okay? I am a freak and I am sexy and I am a Christian. No. And when I say what I say and I say what I do and I say it, you feel what I'm saying? This is all me. I am 100% real. But let me tell you, when I say get that shit out your mouth, I'm doing it because I love your crazy ass. I'm doing it because so you can see that you need to get the white cock out your damn mouth. And let's put some coochie up in it. Some nice one. Not no snow roach one. Get you some nice chocolate one. Maybe you'll come to the light and see that what I am saying is the truth. That you a muppet.
Oh my God. Well, let me just tell you something. President Trump, when you look at his hands, perhaps he's guiding us to the light. You say come to the light. There is
no, I'm not joking on this shit. That's not funny. I'm not joking on it. I'm not going to the pits of hell. That is totally blasphemy. I'm being honest with you. A lot of people are turned on him. On his post, a lot of people say that they need the 25th, the Second Amendment needs to happen. This shit ain't no joke. Let me tell you, when it comes to, I would never, and I am a freaking leaky, I would never put nobody above my faith. Nobody.
All right, I'll leave it at that.
But let me tell you, Tim, something, okay? Because I got to go here in a minute. Let me tell you something, Tim. You are my Muppet. But you need to get the shit out your mouth on God. And you need to quit letting the white man disrespect you. And you need to start having some balls. And when that motherfucker disrespects you one more time, Tim, because he calls you ignorant and stuff. That motherfucker has a big ass head. He's ignorant as shit. You feel what I'm saying? I don't even want to argue with somebody that should have been swallowed. You feel what I'm saying, Tim? Okay, tell your family member they can follow me on my main page. Tell her to tell him or her to follow me on my main page. You feel what I'm saying? Because I know I looks good and I'm sexy. At least I tell the damn truth. You feel what I'm saying? And you need to get back to being pro-black. I don't know if you ever was pro-black, but I'm very much pro-black. Remember, you black, quit drinking the bleach.
Well, I didn't exactly. And thank you, Brandon Johnson, for the hat mustache. I didn't exactly yell out "All Lives Matter," did I?
Well, if you think you're pro-black and you're letting these white teen motherfuckers, snow roaches, come up in here and say that we have black on black crime when it's mostly white on white crime, and you know what I'm talking about, Willis, because I sent you that video and I told you what the truth is. You need to tell these white teen trailer trash ass people that I am telling the truth when it says that the white man is more violent than the black man is.
That's a different.
Check these mofos.
That's a different show for a different time. I gotta move it on. We're shortened to 15.
I gotta go roll me a blunt.
All right, you too. Appreciate it. And no more cock and mouse. Some of these ungodly people, it's Evil Babu says, some of these ungodly people need to read the Bible. She is correct, referring to my last guest. And you got to know what you are doing. Read Ezekiel 14, 3-4, and Exodus 23-5, referring to the blasphemy. Listen, I was always told, this is from the days when I used to be significantly more Christian than I am now. I was always told God forgave everything. I didn't know there was something you could actually do. No matter how much you profess your love to God, you could never undo. What she is suggesting is blasphemy is one of those things. And I see some of you other folks are agreeing with her. Oddly enough, President Trump was quoted as saying he didn't think he was getting into heaven. He just said that a few months ago. He was on video saying that a few months ago that he didn't think he was getting into heaven. So according to my last guest, sounds like he might be right. Speaking of religion, before I go to the next caller, tap the screen, get us on up to 65,000. Suicide is unforgivable, says Stick. Taking your own life, this is just like with blasphemy. Some of this stuff could have a lot of different interpretations. Let's say, for instance, you sit on the couch all day, deliberately don't exercise, and eat a very poor choice of diet. Some might argue that's taking your own life. Let's say you're doing hard drugs that you know can cause your death, some would say you're taking your own life. So when you say suicide is also unforgivable, I mean, shit, maybe to some degree, all of us are doing that in some way or another. A lot of us do things that are risky that could lead. I mean, it doesn't make you perish instantly, but it does put you on line to doing that. Some folks partake in dangerous activities unnecessarily for adrenaline rushes and things like that. So it depends on how you interpret that. Depends on how you interpret it. If you're literally doing things that can cause your own death, some would say that that's suicide. Anyway, looking in the comments, it's unforgivable because you can't ask for forgiveness if you are gone, says Debo. True. I suppose that does make sense in that manner. Tim is eating the dogs and cats, says Nico. Of the people that live there, huh? Okay. Real quick before we go to the next caller and tap the screen. By the way, if you're watching us on Instagram, TikTok, or Substack, follow the program. Thank you for the TikTok cap there, Damien. Some of you folks are helping your boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap. Go support the program. Thank you very much. Happen to be watching us on YouTube, subscribe. We follow on TikTok, Instagram, and Substack. Subs are for YouTube if you're watching us on YouTube currently right now. We're here most weekdays. Thank you for the hat, mustache. King Finn, a member of royalty so special, he comes with his own theme music, King Finn. Real quick before we go to the next caller, I want you to hear this because we were talking about religion as well. Wow. Thank you, Blue One Banks, for the good galaxy. I always appreciate it. Thank you, Blue One, for supporting the program. I want you to hear this. This is in reference to Pete Hegseth, religious-oriented. Marty Marr, thank you.
Battle.
Pope Leo warned that Jesus, quote, does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war.
Okay, it is a little, it feels off that Pete Hegseth keeps praying at these briefings that he's doing as if it's all in the name of God. The bombing of Iran, in which 170 young girls were killed. That's not in the name of God. Okay, definitely not in the name of Jesus. I wish you would just check the Jesus talk, the God talk at the Pentagon briefings. All right, it's called the Department of War. I understand he has a job to do. It's not appropriate there. You pray on Sunday, pray every morning on your knees to God. But while you're updating us on the number you've killed, which necessarily has included some civilians, we don't mention Jesus. Don't talk about God. Don't act like he's sanctioning what you're doing, okay? And that leads me to President Trump's obvious.
And then, of course, she goes into the photo. But how many of you guys agree with that? Yes or no? Should Pete Hegseth stop using prayers or issuing prayers before giving us briefings on what's going on in Iran? Because he is talking about how many people he killed. Agree or disagree? How many of you folks agree with Megyn Kelly that Pete Hegseth should not, include prayer before letting us know how many people that they have killed? Because she indicates that he's making it sound like the deaths are being sanctioned by God. Keep in mind, this could also lead folks to suggest this is some sort of holy war or holy conflict. Thank you, Miss Mo Better. Yeah, I appreciate the hat and mustache. So do you see it that way? That it's indicating that somehow, some way that they are indicating that this is being sanctioned by God. King Finn. Oh, we got a handsome conservative. Right? Good evening, handsome conservative. Welcome to the program. Do you agree with Megyn Kelly? I see a lot of folks do in the comments. Do you agree with her?
No. Did you just call me King Finn?
No, I thought I fat fingered and got you. I was actually going to go ahead though. I thought I was bringing him up, but go ahead. No, I know the difference. I know the difference.
Oh, good. I like to be unforgettable. Listen. Okay. You put me in a tough spot. One, I have to agree with Gangster Grandma.
Whoa!
I feel dirty.
Let me write down the date. Where my pen at? Keep going.
Grandma. I have to. That's blasphemy, dude. Come on. I know you're not a Christian.
You are correct.
You gotta admit,
wait, hold on. That's interesting.
But even you got to admit that looks blasphemous to you. I mean,
well, yeah. According to Megyn Kelly's definition, she read off. Yeah, it absolutely does, and I don't believe he's. But let me ask you, as a Christian yourself, do you also see it the way Gangster Grandma suggested that once you are blasphemous, you're denied entry into the kingdom of heaven?
No, because that is not what I was taught.
Okay.
That's not what I was taught. What I was taught was there's only one unforgivable sin. And that unforgivable sin isn't blasphemy. The unforgivable sin is knowing God, knowing who he is, and walking away from him. That's the unforgivable sin. That's what I was taught. Now, I'm not saying that to upset anybody. That's just what my church taught. And I grew up a Nazarene. So I can say that picture is blasphemous, but that is not, blasphemy is not what I was taught as the unforgivable sin.
Okay.
Now, having
so how do you respond with President?
My problem with people that are complaining about the picture is a lot of them are Democrats. And let's remember, the Democrats sacrifice their unborn babies to their God ball. Okay.
You already wait, hold on. First of all, not only is a lot of them Democrats, a lot of them are conservatives, but in regards to the abortion statement you brought up, I don't see the difference here. This is where you and I disagree, because the right hammers the left on their pro-choice views because they say it goes against religion and it's taking a life. But most of the right are they favor capital punishment. To me, you're taking a life, you're taking a life.
Favor capital punishment.
Huh?
Yeah, but you're talking to the wrong guy.
Yeah, well,
I told you 1,000 times.
Yeah,
I'm not a MAGA, and I don't support capital punishment.
That ain't what I said. I'm not talking about you specifically. What I'm saying is because there are Democrats that are pro-life as well. They're pro-life Democrats. So when you say that the left
they're standing with the party, They're standing
In
with
the
the
right,
party
in the
that
right
kills
stands with
babies.
the you're right, in the right stands with the party that is pro capital punishment.
Right. Well, I don't believe in taking life either way, so
But
that's not on me.
okay,
But I did want to cover something with you on the straight. I think it's a great idea. I agree with straight talk. We're going to turn this bitch up to an 11. I think having the strait closed or blocked by American ships is going to force our pretend allies to do one or two things. Either they're going to come in and try to go into an active war zone and get their ships out, or they're going to help us in the war. So I think us blocking the strait is going to be good.
Do we keep our friends after this though? I mean, we're upsetting the world. Our actions
I
is
don't
making.
think they're our friends to start with.
So why did they
I
help?
don't think they're our friends.
So why did they help us after September 11th?
Because it's going to put it on the world's map. Everybody's going to see what's going to happen. Now, you know, if China comes in, what China's going to do. What I'm interested in is what is the UK going to do? What is the EU going to do? Are they going to come into a war zone?
So
and try to get their ships out?
So what I guess what I'm baffled by is because you even though you're not MAGA says the same thing about them not being our friends. The question I want to ask you is the United States the only country on earth that has no allies?
I don't think they are our allies. I think they've been kissing our ass because we've been holding up their military and country for over 50 years. I think they've been kissing our ass, but we don't have the same values.
But that still goes back to my original question. But that still goes back to my original question. I mean, North Korea and Russia don't have the same values, but they're allies. Is America the only country, United States rather, because America's a whole damn continent, is the United States the only country on earth that has no allies?
I don't know. I would say this to answer your question. I would like to see who is our ally, who's really our ally, because our ally is going to stand with us. If they don't stand with us, then they're not our ally. They're using us. They're using us for weapons, military bases, money for their economy. They're using us, but if they're not standing with us, they're not our ally.
I think there's so much more to this. Let me ask you, let's say you and I are close friends and we're out at a bar and you're at the bar sipping a drink, having a beer or whatever. You look around and I just sucker punch some dude in the face. Guy's a foot taller than I'm 6'6", but the guy's a foot taller, much bigger or whatever the case. Let's just pretend like the guy's a foot taller than me, much bigger, much stronger. I don't hit him in the face for no damn reason at all. As my friend, are you obligated to jump in that and help me?
Okay, first two things there. I want to because that's a great question. One, why is it every time that me and you are friends, we're at a bar?
Wherever. Okay.
That's the fucking.
But you get I get it. But I'm saying
let me tell you something, Tim. I'll answer it right now. You better fucking believe I got your back. You better fucking believe it. I don't give a shit if you're right or wrong. If we are there together and you call me your friend, I'm going to have your back because that's what a friend does. Now, I'm going to tell you you were stupid as I'm spitting out my teeth in the hospital later because I got my ass handed to me, but I am definitely going to have your back. I'm going to be the guy with a pool stick going across somebody's head. I got your back.
So what if before we went into the restaurant, how about that? Before we went into the restaurant where I sucker punched this big guy, I was in the car already telling you ain't shit. I don't even see you as a friend of mine. You know, you ain't a manager. You're just a subordinate. You know, like calling you governor instead of calling you prime. What if I was already insulting you and treating you like shit before this broke out? I decided that since we've been friends, I treat and spend a lot more money on you than you ever do on me. I'm a tariff your ass and make sure you start paying equal every day. Just treating you like shit. And then we went in the restaurant and I started to fight. You still got my back?
if we're not friends. Did I hear that part right? If we're not friends?
Well, you thought we were friends. You thought we were. You actually thought we were friends until I told you you're a piece of shit and started treating you like you weren't.
Oh well. Damn, that's a tough one. Look, the case. I guess the case would be this: am I the only one with you? Because if I'm the only one with you, I kind of have to have your back. Because otherwise it's going to be 1 on 20 or whatever. I kind of have to have your back. I'm still going to be cussing you out while I'm spitting out my teeth in the hospital, but I kind of have to have your back because it's just me and you. Now, if Julio is with us or Gangster Grandma, I'm just going to hold you back and let her take care of it. Okay, but yeah, I kind of have to have your back.
So then, Mike the Sailor, appreciate the hat and mustache. Yeehaw! Thank you. I do have to.
I'm a decent guy.
Nothing wrong with being a decent guy, but that doesn't mean because you're a decent guy, you should defend guys doing indecent shit. And I guess what I want to ask you is this: should there be any consequence at all for how President Trump treated our alleged allies before getting involved with Iran? I mean, he was treating them like shit. Tariffed everybody. He's calling prime ministers governor. He's threatening to take Greenland. Like, should they come running to his aid?
Let's break that down. First of all, I think you're referring to the guy he talked to in Canada, right? He was going, that's not even a country. So that's like France. No, honestly, I'm sorry. That's a bad joke.
Very, but keep going.
I thought it was funny.
No, I'm sure there's some MAGA is laughing at that shit. That's very funny to MAGA, but keep going.
I thought it was funny. It was Trudeau, right? Right. He's wrecked his country. I don't think he can really complain about anything.
Did you see America on January 6th? Someone suggested some guy wrecked our country.
What? Who? President Trump?
You said that Canada has wrecked their country. I said if you've seen America on January 6th, some would say that our commander-in-chief wrecked our country. That was televised worldwide.
I would say to those people that are saying that, do a deep dive into how poorly Canada is being ran right now, and then tell me that our country is wrecked, because there is a vast difference. I mean, vast. It's like when you do something stupid and then you keep repeating that mistake over and over. That's Canada. That's what they do.
I don't know. When you say Canada's being run badly, I mean, housing is unaffordable in America. I mean, is America being ran better than Canada?
Canada, not like nothing. We are not nearly as bad as Canada. I got friends on this app that live in Canada, and they scream that they can barely afford to survive with 2-3 jobs. And I'm talking jobs like nursing and shit like that. Like not like a McDonald's job, but like a good job. Trust me, if you do your real homework on Canada, no, my friend, we're not anywhere as bad off as Canada. But back to the street thing, though.
You're the first I've ever heard say that, because I'm not aware that Canada has anywhere near the homelessness or uninsured that we do. So you're the first I've heard say that, but go ahead.
Back to the street, I wanted to say, look, here's what I would do, because you would always ask me what I would do if I was president.
Yeah.
I would wait till these ships get here. Then I would launch our attack with our ground troops and our paratroopers and shit like that.
Boots on the ground.
Because that's what Trump's going to do. That's why they're over there. And I would wait to do that until the ships got there to get their oil, thereby forcing their hand to either join our side and help us end this, or join their side and show the world they were never our allies.
I guess where you and I disagree and I disagree with MAGA, because MAGA has the same opinion that you do, that these folks are not allies. I just believe that if you don't give me a hit, I'm not like you in the bar fight or the restaurant fight scenario, if you just go out and do some dumb shit, I'm not just backing you up. Certainly, if you've been treating me like shit before we got to the restaurant, I'm not responding. If you're doing some shit that's criminal, I don't go out and become a criminal and jump in with you because you decided to do something crazy. If we're friends,
I was all about going to the bar with you too, man. Fuck.
No, if we're friends, we defend each other if some bad shit happens. It ain't about you going out and doing, extracurricular activities and now I got to back that shit up. Now, maybe if you get caught cheating or something like that, I might lie to your wife for you. It might help you out there. But in terms of committing actual fucking crimes on your behalf, no, I'm not going to do that.
Say we were committing crimes. You
assaulted somebody. You punched somebody in the face that was doing nothing. That's a crime. That's a felony.
Oh, come on. That's not a crime. That's having a set of balls. I mean, good God, man. That's being a man. People get in fights all the time. Listen, we do stupid shit. That's what being a man is all about. Of course, I'm going to have your back. I mean, why wouldn't I have your back? But thanks for telling me that you ain't going to have my back if 500-pound Billy Joe Bob fucking comes across the table calling me a white tea man or some shit like that. It comes at me with a fucking
But see, that's defense now. That's a difference. If somebody is fucking with you and we're friends, then yes, it's my job to be involved in that. But if you're out fucking with somebody else, it's not my job to join you in fucking with an innocent person. That's not how it works.
Just do me a favor. Just do me one favor, okay?
Sure.
Just before we go out to a restaurant or a bar, can you just tell me if you're my friend or not? Because if not, I need to grab another couple of people, maybe Straight Talk and Instagram. No, they'd kill each other. Straight Talk and somebody else. I just need somebody to have my
Well, I can tell you it is. It doesn't matter how much of a friend you think the person is. If they're talking to you on the way to the bar or restaurant, the way Trump has talked to our friends or allies on the way, they're not going to be your friend by the time they get there. If you're being disrespected like that, no, the friendship's over with.
Yeah, but in that instance, you're asking me, and in that instance, you said it was just me and you.
Right. If I'm treating you,
and if I'm sitting there watching somebody get their ass handed to them and not even trying to help them out, that's not being a man. That's being a coward.
If I'm treating you the way Trump came into office, treating our NATO allies, and then I go out and deliberately attack somebody, I personally don't expect you to help me. If I don't told you you a piece of shit, you ain't a friend, you can't be dependent on and all of that, and then I go out and attack somebody and I expect you to suddenly step up and help?
Well, look, honestly, as far as I'm concerned about NATO and our allies, okay, excluding the French, fuck the French, but
you just said fuck Canada.
Fine, fuck French and Canada. Excluding our allies, man, listen, either they're with us or they're not. If they're not with us, they're not our allies. I don't want to hear them talking shit.
So you don't believe there should be any...
Get off the boat.
So you don't believe there should be any consequence for how Trump started talking about them on day one? No consequence at all for that?
I got a consequence for them. How about this? How about we stop giving them weapons?
You didn't answer the question. That's a deflection.
No, dude, that's just talk. It's talk. It's just talk. That's all it is. Well, I'm talking about action. There's a difference between talk and action. Is it right? No, it's not right.
Conservative.
But it's
hold on. Conservative. When will this man, and to some degree folks like you too, understand that there is consequence to talking and posting crazy shit online? You guys have been trying to convince liberals and independents and everybody else since Trump came down the golden escalator that he should be able to say anything he wants about anybody and there should be no consequence. How long does it take for you to realize there's going to be consequences?
That's because you have a different view of free speech than a conservative or a Republican does.
No.
Respect.
I got the same.
Free speech means Free speech means whether you agree with it or you disagree with it, they have a right to say it.
No, that's not. You got that wrong.
Somebody for saying something.
You got that wrong. I didn't say I'm against free speech. I'm against you trying to have free speech without consequences. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say, but there's gonna be consequences for it. You guys don't think Trump should face any consequences for the shit he say about people. That's the difference.
Look, as far as that picture goes, I think that's blasphemy. Okay? I mean, I do think that's blasphemy.
Okay.
As far as consequences go, he's the president. I'm not really sure what consequences you think the president can
All
have.
the shit you complaining about is the consequence. When I need my friends, they don't come and show me any. People are online saying all kinds of awful shit about me. Folks got Trump derangement syndrome. Those are the consequences. That's what happens when you're doing that over and over again.
Well, that might be what's online and shit, but you know what? At least you know I have your back when you go into a bar or a restaurant. So, I mean, I got you.
I'll leave it at that, conservative. We obviously don't agree on this worth a damn, but you're always welcome back.
But as always, support your local liberal.
Thank you. I like when you end it like that. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program, by the way, and he's right. Support your local liberal, damn it. Hat, mustache, TikTok, cap goes. You know what we always do here. Support the program. Tap the screen, by the way. Get us on up to 95. Don't hold your breath, tips. I'm trying. I take a beating and make this shit entertaining. So I always say you support the goddamn program. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody. That's how the program is ran. If you enjoy civilized LA from all sides of the aisle, I think my beloved MAGA hat has escaped me. Anyway, tap the screen, get the likes on up to 95,000, if you will. If you're watching us currently live on Instagram, TikTok, or Substack, follow the program. If you're watching us on YouTube, give your boy a sub. We're here most weekdays. You know how the program is ran. That's why spammer loves this channel. Ain't no blocker. Well, if I see a spammer, we do take those out. If I actually see somebody, that's about the only time we block somebody is when they're typing the same thing over and over again. Or some folks want to be racist, so they'll, look, I think the app will stop you from typing the N word. So they'll just type N, hit return I, hit return G, that type of shit. If that's all you got, look, to be honest with you, I would let folks say whatever the fuck they wanted if the apps would let it. Like, if you want to get on here and be a goddamn racist, it is what it is. You're probably doing it in your daily life anyway. So I would let folks say whatever the hell they wanted to say, but the apps, unfortunately, will take the show down. So we have to stop that. Looking in the comments, and somebody said no spammers get booted. That ain't true because I boot at least 1 or 2 per show. Maybe some of them get by. I think what happens, and I'll go back to the box shortly, but what happens is if I'm not looking at the right camera and somebody is spamming and they're not getting the proper attention they want from me, they just give up. So that might, because if they keep doing it, I'm gonna see it and it's over with. But some of them just give up. They're not getting the attention they want to get, and they just stop doing it. I don't do social media. Just YouTube says do the evolution. YouTube is social media. This is considered as social media. If it's not straight emoji spams, bots, yeah, they gotta go. Yeah, I mean, just even if you type in something relevant to the program, but you're typing it 100 times a second, or it's all in caps, and to the point where you're blocking everybody else from being able to input something. Yeah, I generally will take that person and kick them off the show. Tim, can you bring somebody up with a fucking brain cell already? Where the fuck is Mike? Says, hey, what's that? Well, listen, some folks believe that my conservative guests have brain cells. What happened to the one and only King? I told him apparently he dropped. We'll keep it going, though. We'll bring up Miss Mo Betta. Doc Trumpstein come to heal MAGA. Yeah, President Trump said he thought this photo portrayed him as a doctor. Miss Mo Betta, what say you? Dr. Trump.
What did he say?
You didn't hear him say that?
No.
Give me a moment. I think it's worthy of the comical effect. It ain't but a few seconds.
President that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and it had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one.
So he's saying the fake news media misinterpreted. What say you?
How his fake ass gonna call somebody else fake? He always somewhere throwing out insults, and when he know what the shit that he posted is just awful. It's awful. But like I told you, Tim, this is my story, and I'm sticking to it. When Satan was kicked out of heaven, he took a third of the angels with him. And you know why? Because he wanted to be as high as God. He wanted God's position.
I just want to make sure I get clarity. The third of the people that Satan took with him, they're not being represented by folks that may wear a red hat.
How many people in this country voted for him? A third of them.
Well, no, more than a third voted for him, but about a third of them are MAGA.
Well, same thing.
About a third of the voters are MAGA. I mean, he got a lot of independents and Republicans that voted for him too, but about a third of the voting country is MAGA.
Well, they say you are the company you keep. So listen, you keep saying they keep saying, "Oh, I voted for policy. I voted for lower groceries. I voted for no new wars." Guess what? Everything they voted for, the opposite is happening. So make that shit make sense. And they won't admit to this day that they've been duped.
Well, I won't say. I think the number that qualifies as they is continuing to get smaller because most of the I won't say most, but a large portion of the conservative content creators that were MAGA and singing the praises of Trump. I mean, like I've been playing Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens is attacking him every day. Alex Jones is all over him.
Martin Taylor Greene, Joe Rogan.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson. I mean, them people got millions of fans. They're on him every show down there now.
That's why I tell you, he gonna pull all stops to not lose his power because as far as right now, the numbers and stuff that we're seeing, they're losing.
Yeah, he's definitely losing some power because when you look in the comment section of Megyn Kelly and Joe Rogan videos and Tucker Carlson videos, those are Trump supporters, and they're really critical of him in the comment section. They're the main liberals that are commenting on Tucker Carlson videos. Them are a lot of MAGA.
For liberals to be agreeing with something that Megyn Kelly has said, you already know it's a strange day.
Well, I mean, the thing about it is they're not just agreeing with her, they're agreeing with Marjorie Taylor Greene because Marjorie Taylor Greene damn near lives at CNN now.
Oh, listen, I already know. But again, I some stuff they say, yes. Do I agree? Yeah, but I still don't trust them because you had the power to stop all of this shit back when you knew who he was in the beginning. And now all of a sudden that, you know, he flipped on your ass too is a problem.
Yeah. I mean, to me, I agree with you because I don't think Trump is doing anything different than he was doing when they were on his side. It's just now he's doing the things you care about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Listen, your title doesn't change. If you're a hoe, you can be a holy whore. You could be a whore with a title. Like that doesn't stop anything because she was a lawyer. She's a 304. She's a 304. Yeah, I said it, Stevie D.
I don't know if Megyn Kelly's a hoe. I mean, some suggest the first lady is not necessarily on the up and up. I don't know.
Listen, this is a whole fucking shit show, Tim. Because we're all over the place. We got our troops over there and them waters over there without even a plan. There's no plan for nothing. He gets on TV bloviating every day about some shit that, maybe in 2 weeks it'll be done. In 2 weeks we're going to do it. Now you're talking about taking over the Hormuz. You know why he's mad is because Iran is cashing in on that Hormuz.
Yeah.
Nobody's supposed to make money but him in his eyes.
So what ends up happening then? I mean, they were threatening to mine the strait. So do they just stand down now and America leaves ships in place permanently to make sure the strait is open?
No. Listen, Iran, they've proven they've unalive for less. They stand by what they say. You understand what I'm saying? And they're not Venezuela. They weren't this poor little shithole country that didn't have nothing to work with. Do they have as much of us as us? No. However, they're willing to stand 10 toes down with what they have, and they proved that.
Well, the thing about it is the way Trump is, some of the language Trump is using, and it leaves them no other choice but to believe they're fighting for their very survival. I mean, he's obviously killed the
As they should. They could let that guard down if they want to. Why would they? Why would they believe anything otherwise? Listen, they've unalive school kids and not knowing what they were doing over there. What is that because of the intel? What was it because?
Yeah, and you
Because
seen
they didn't give a shit. That's why it happened.
you seen the video I played earlier of Megyn Kelly suggesting that Pete Hegseth should stop invoking religion and praying and talk.
He needs to Pete Kegsbreath needs to step down. He needs to step down, and they're constantly calling him for that because he doesn't even know no kind of plans. He knows nothing.
Yeah, but this better. Even if Pete Hegseth steps down, Trump hires based on loyalty. All he's going to do is find another one.
That's true. That you're so right. Because
it's not like he's going to put General Milley or somebody in it. He's going to. Yeah, he's not going to replace Hegseth with Petraeus or Milley. He's going to find another dude like that.
Yeah. Yo, Stevie D, that's funny. Those Lego videos are pop.
Them Lego videos are actually now becoming informative too. They're not just
thing. That's the thing. They're putting out messages and stuff that people don't really even know about. You understand? And not only that, they're using their materials and their stuff against them, which is AI. Who's big on AI? We are. And they're gonna say, you know what? AI can make you a whole album right now.
Yeah, no shit. I've seen some of the commercials for that. I'll tell you this. It would be a lot easier to dismiss those Lego videos as just Iranian propaganda if the Trump administration was not saying things so often that didn't come out to be true or look like he was lying himself. So when the American people, and there's a large portion of folks in this country, once they stop trusting you, you got some of them believing the enemy over Trump.
Well, that's happening a lot here. You understand what I'm saying? Because again, if his people over here weren't suffering at the hands of him, then you wouldn't have this. We wouldn't be having this conversation. But you, how many jobs has been lost since 2025? How many people's lost their insurance since 2025? How much is groceries up since 2025? How much has fuel oil went up? It's doubled.
So let me ask you the question I asked some of my conservatives earlier. Who do you think is better on the economy between Trump and Biden?
Biden. And Biden had an actual situation. Now, inflation was up to what, 9% or some shit like that? When he left office, how much was it? 2.4%. That's those numbers don't lie. That means he did the work to bring that down to get us back to a playing field. But Trump had such a hard-on for him, still Obama. He had such a hard-on for them, he just wanted to erase everybody's name that had anything to do with anything with this country.
Here's what I don't get. Okay, Trump has closed the Strait of Hormuz. You heard my last guest, you may have heard him, has a conservative talking about, we need to put things like take over, what is the island, Karg Island or whatever. Well, here's what I don't get. How is he able to do all of this by himself? No permission from Congress. I mean, he's literally orchestrated an entire war without calling it one by himself. How does that happen?
That's what happens when you have loyalists. When you have a bunch of ussy pays in office. That's what that Grinder Johnson is. They don't have a backbone, and they keep talking about liberals don't have a backbone. Y'all, they scared to death of Jasmine Crockett. I ain't even go there. They don't like liberals because liberals is actually calling their ass out. However, they're in control of all the House, all the Senate, all of that. They're in control of all of this shit, and they can't blame that on nobody but themselves. I really blame it on the Supreme Court because when they gave him that immunity. You understand what I'm saying? It took away the guardrails. There's no checks and balances.
I hear he's now made it clear to his administration that he's going to pardon them all on the way out.
Well, you see who he just pardoned? That guy. He pardoned that Jewish guy. That he was in jail for embezzling $39 million or some shit. And see, the thing is, he's pardoning these people, and they don't have to pay not a dime of that money they stole back.
But the Somalis got to go for fraud.
But the Somalis
where is Nick Shirley when you need him? He needs to go to the White House. Where is Nick Shirley?
The stories write themselves, Tim. The stories write themselves. So what he's going to continue to do, because what he's been doing is divide and spew hate speeches and stuff like that, because that's what he does. That's how he won.
But how about this in the comments?
Your mother's a woman. That's what a woman is.
Oh my!
Your mother's a woman.
That to me,
it's so corny. It's my and see where they're failing to realize they were looking for a got you moment in that when they talk about what being a woman or a man is all it really is, a mindset. Because you got a lot of these men out here claiming to be men and act like straight bitches.
There's a song that says some of these ninjas are bitches too. But I will. Oh shit, my damn knee pop. Here's what I will say though. God damn it!
Your age telling on you.
Every time it's the way I'm seated. Every time I move, I get bone on bone. I gotta end up doing something about that. But what I was going to say is the whole Democrats don't know what a woman is. You often hear folks say on the right that the African American community or even the liberals that in general cry racism so much that racism has lost its validity because they yell racism and everything. That's the same way. That in socialism, the right yells that shit so much it doesn't have validity anymore. I mean,
that's bullshit. But listen, they're worried about shit that has no effect on their lives at all. How are you mad because two women are sleeping together or two men? How is that affecting you economically?
I think they're okay. I think they've kind of progressed finally off of gays and
because the courts told them they got to back down.
Yeah, they're more
put them flags and shit back up and all of that because the courts is backing their ass down.
Yeah, I don't think they like the gays and lesbians, but they're more focused on the trans now.
But you know what's the crazy part about that, Tim? How many of those so-called Christians have violated children?
Ooh. I mean, some of them have, look at Christy Noem's husband. Some of them just like to have sex with another man. So, Christy Noem's husband is walking around with big-ass titties and every damn thing. Did you freeze up, Mr. Mobetta? She froze. I'll move it on. Let me know in the comments if you guys can still hear me, because maybe I'm frozen. Let me know if the program. I think TikTok just froze on me. No, it's okay. You guys can hear me. Okay. Looking in the comment, I'm glad to witness someone like Trump in my lifetime. Well, you certainly will. You're certainly living through a historic moment. Okay, everybody else can hear me. I don't know. Mr. Mobetta must have froze. Okay, fair enough. You're certainly living in a historic moment that I don't think we've had any president in our lifetime. I'm Gen X, so I was born during Ford. I don't remember anything from the Ford years, but no, probably Nixon. I was born in the early 70s, so that would have been Nixon, Ford, Carter. I do remember as a very, very young kid seeing an article about Carter was crying after he lost to Reagan. And then, of course, Reagan, H.W., Bill Clinton, George W., Obama, Biden, and Trump. I don't think out of those presidents, any of them will get anywhere near as much of the historic pie. And I'm talking about how much they're discussed in terms of than Trump. Trump is going to be talked about for a very long time. For a very, very long time. There's just so many more memorable moments. We can talk about Obama's inauguration and universal health care and things like that. There's a few moments there. Bill Clinton got a few moments, certainly the Monica Lewinsky thing. But Trump has so many moments, so many things he's done. All of it ain't good, by the way. January 6th is a moment in his history. That's not a good moment. He has a lot of stuff in his history. So I don't think anybody will be remembered historically more than Trump. Books, movies, everything will come out. You'll be hearing stuff about Trump for the rest of your life. And it will continue after that. People still talk about Schindler. Yeah, there are some similarities there. He's certainly on a conquest to take a bunch of property or a bunch of territory. Even MAGA, that is often insulted by anybody that compares Trump to Hitler, when he's talking about taking over Greenland and taking first, well, hey, it's great to have a president who wants to expand our empire. That's the same thing Hitler was doing. He was trying to expand the empire. Same shit. But they don't like the comparison between the two. But make no mistake about it, he is talking about taking territory. That's not only taking territories, but taking the resources from those territories. That's a huge similarity between Trump and Hitler. I don't want to put him in a category of Auschwitz, but certainly starting unnecessary conflicts is something he's doing. Cuba's next. Why the hell are we fucking with Cuba? So anyway, looking in the comments, tap the screen, get us on up over the 100,000 hump, get us up to 105. I'll take the next caller. A PDF president, says Jazzy Smith, and I'm assuming you're not talking about PDF files as in MP3s. You're talking about the whole word. So again, there is a Bible quote that says Jesus is there to be our leader and Trump is an extension of God. What? There's a Bible verse that says Jesus is there to be our leader and Trump is an extension of God. Really? Let me know what verse that is. I'd be curious to know. So they were thinking about Trump 2,000 years ago. 2026 years. Let me know what that verse is. Real quick, because I had a guest on earlier, Straight Talk. We talked. James Harper, thank you for the hat and mustache. I want you to hear this because, President Trump talked about short-term pain for long-term gain in regards to the economics of our economy, gas prices and things like that. This is not a clip from Megyn Kelly. It's a clip from someone she took a clip from. And of course, these are not liberals. These are well-known conservatives. In fact, this guy I think is both of these guys, they're hard right guys. You know them, you've watched them plenty of times.
Where he made a considerable fortune. It was not off of his Fox News job. For 3 decades? It was like several years prior to joining Fox News. That's where he made a considerable fortune. It was not off of his Fox News job. So he knows something about the oil and gas industry. And he went on Steve Bannon's show over the weekend and said, it's not going to stop at $100 a barrel. Watch.
Now, she's talking about Eric Bolling. You guys have seen him on the 5. He now has a program on Newsmax. I think he used to be a Major League Baseball player years ago. But he used to sit in the middle where Jesse Waters now sits. In fact, Jesse Waters inherited his job once he got let go from Fox for some sexual shit, sending emails, explicit emails is what Eric Bolling got let. Kimberly Guilfoyle got let go for the same shit. But anyway, I want you to hear Eric Bolling. You hear Megyn Kelly say he made a ton of his money in the oil industry.
Really bad. Vance walked out. I had thought he was going to stay a lot longer and maybe try and negotiate, keep the negotiations going, but he left after 21 hours and headed back here. And I'm trying to figure out why. I mean, this is global oil. This is a global economy at risk. Can I just very quick, I'll tell you, the first thing I did is I called a couple of my friends who are major brokers of international oil. And I said, what do you think? It feels like a lot higher. And they said, yes. I said 110. And the quote was, very soon. So we finished Friday at about $96, $97 a barrel. So these people think at least 100. I do too, at least 110. It's not temporary. And we literally removed a President Biden, for bringing inflation up. The last inflation number we just saw, Steve, has inflation tripling, energy inflation tripling month over month from February to March. That's 1 month. And we started the month of March very low and worked our way all the way up through the month. I will tell you, I believe we'll have a 5% inflation, 6% inflation.
And you heard him say it's not temporary. It's not temporary. So a lot of folks on the right are now suggesting that Trump's economy is going to be here to stay for a while. And you heard him point out, we got rid of a president that was not doing good economically. And now he's making it sound like Trump is likely to do even worse at that. Anyway, Trump says gas prices may stay like this till November, says C. Osby. Yes, actually he did. And I'll go to the next caller here momentarily. But you're right, he actually did say that. And it's not just that he said it, it's kind of the way he said it.
We agree.
So
Yeah.
do you believe the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections?
I hope so. I mean, I think so. It could be, or the same, or maybe a little bit higher, but it should be around the same. I think this won't be that much longer.
I hope it won't be that much. I mean, just no vote of confidence there whatsoever. Kind of reminds me of him suggesting that he'll know the Iran war is over when he feels it in his bones. Just that statement contains no confidence to it at all. I think, kind of reminds me of former Alaskan governor Sarah Palin. How's that hopey, changey thing working? You may have heard her say that to Obama. That's what he's talking about. Hope. I think, maybe. Let me go back to the box. You think investors are going to operate with that? He's not giving you any solid answers other than hope and think and all of this other stuff. So you got to work with that in terms of us going forward. Looking in the box will make it happen with Love to Cruz. Good evening, Love to Cruz. Welcome to the program. Who do you think is Trump and Biden on the economy? Which president you think does a better job?
I know I'm a leftist, but I gotta say Biden.
Well, shit, if you're a leftist, we kind of expect that. But Trump 1.0, many folks feel he was doing very well with the economy. Trump 2.0 was a different president, but Trump 1.0, that's kind of the reason he got reelected.
Well, he had a lot of guardrails. You got to look at his administration on 1.0 compared to 2.0.
Yeah.
These are, besides the vice president and a couple other people, we don't have no politicians in there. Everybody else, come on. You got a department. You got Dr. Oz. What the fuck?
Well, but Dr. Oz is, what is his?
Don't do it.
Wait a minute. What is his title in the Trump administration, Dr. Oz?
Oh man, damn.
I mean, at least he does have a solid.
Right at the tip of my tongue. I'm sorry. Somebody in chat.
Somebody let me know, what is Dr. Because you actually don't hear much from Dr. Oz in defense
And
of.
you shouldn't.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't. You got Vince McMahon's wife in there.
Well,
You got JFK. Come on, his administration.
Well, some of them, like Vince McMahon and JFK, they were just essentially hired to destroy the departments they were over. McMahon's wife was hired to get rid of the Department of Education. So she is pretty much just a kamikaze. And I think RFK is kind of like that too with the FDA and CDC. And they're just there to tear, to gut the system. But what is Dr. Oz's position?
Surgeon General.
He's kind of qualified, ain't he? He's a cardiologist. He has a significant medical background.
Come on, man.
Better than RFK. RFK is over the Department of Health and Human Services. They don't have any medical background at all.
They're all the same. None of them are qualified for the positions. None of them. Including Trump.
I would say Dr. Oz could actually be a decent fit as long as he doesn't come there and do loyalist type shit. I think Dr. Oz could be decent. I'm not gonna put him under the bus with some of the rest of them.
Real doctors laugh at Dr. Oz.
He's a cardiologist. He's done heart surgeries.
He's a dude with a TV show because he's not a fully practicing doctor. He gets his information from real doctors.
Well, he was before he started making a bunch of money from Oprah Winfrey fame. Because I remember seeing him when he used to come on the Oprah Winfrey show. He was actually doing surgeries and coming on in between. He was a practicing surgeon before he don't blew up so much. He's not doing it anymore, but he was a practicing doctor.
I think you got him confused with that other Dr. Phil.
Not Dr. Phil. Dr. Oz was a cardiologist. He was a heart surgeon.
No, I know, but you said he was with Oprah.
Yeah,
Dr. Phil,
that's who Oprah Winfrey discovered both of them, Dr. Oz and Dr. Phil.
I didn't know she discovered Dr.
Yeah,
Oz.
she
But anyway, that picture of Trump, that's geared toward the Catholics.
Yeah, I get it, but do you see it as blasphemous?
Absolutely. But I'm not Catholic, and I don't know if you heard what he said to the Pope. I wouldn't even say that to the Pope, and I'm not Catholic.
Well, he said he didn't. He said he didn't care for. He called him a Democrat or something like that, and
He said he likes war. He doesn't believe in crime. I mean, he went off about some dumb stuff.
Give me 1 second. I want to, because I had that queued
President
up.
Trump is publicly criticizing Pope Leo over his stance on the war in Iran. Listen to what he said minutes ago after getting off Air Force One.
I don't think he's doing a very good job. He likes crime, I guess. We don't like it. We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime.
Yeah, that's what he said. Well, I tend to think that Jesus Christ himself would have probably leaned more left than right. That's just my opinion.
Well, you're probably right, but just the fact that he said something about, like I said, I'm not a practicing Catholic. I'm not even Catholic, and for you to say something, but what do you expect? The man didn't even put his hand on the Bible for the oath.
Well, folks like Trump, because if you say something about him, he punches back. And the Pope has been outspoken. In fact, the other Pope, the German Pope that just passed away, I can't think of his name. This is what Pope Leo, what was the other Pope's name? Pope Benedict or Benedict, whatever his name was. He didn't like him either because that guy was outspoken about President Trump.
Well, like I said, you can't, right now you're attacking Muslims and Catholics.
Yeah. What's next?
I know. You got Muslims. What is 1 billion of them? And then, I don't know how many Catholics are. You're attacking both of these. I mean, it doesn't look good for your president.
How do you respond to folks who suggest you guys just get triggered too much? He triggers you too much. He's just telling jokes or whatever the case may be, and you get triggered too much.
Look here, man. We carrying around empty guns, and he keep on giving us bullets. So when you give us bullets, guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna fire. For him, who asked him this stuff? He just volunteers this stuff from Easter Sunday on. I mean, come on. You giving us something to say? We're gonna say it.
So you think he's attacking two religions at once? You think he's attacking both the Muslims and the Christians?
And the Catholics.
It's interesting you would make that point. I want you to hear this because there is another religion out there that Megyn Kelly feels like he probably won't attack.
Being subversive. You upset all the right people. I get it. But, why? Last week it was Muslims. Now it's Catholics. Who's next? I bet you it's not going to be the Jews. It's not going to be the Israelis.
What do you think about that?
She's absolutely right. He ain't gonna mess with the Jews. No.
So, but maybe Trump is Jewish.
No, he's in bed with the Jewish people.
You said what?
He's in bed with them. He's in bed with the Jews. So no, he's not gonna attack them. But everybody else is fair game.
Wow. Why do you think MAGA certainly is still a big fan of Trump? Why do you think that stuff like this doesn't seem to faze them?
I have no idea, man. You hear these guys talk about how Christian they are and this and that, and the man just steadily knocks the Bible and does things.
Someone is at the front door.
Understand it.
My damn door, but go ahead, keep going.
There are a lot of MAGAs are disgusted with him, but when you got guys like Straight Talk and I think he's putting up a front for us, and he knows it's fucked up. But at this point, you done dug yourself so deep where you can't get out, so you just got to ride it out.
Well, we have to be able to get out of this Iran conflict eventually. I mean, it has to end. It can't go on forever. I mean, what's the best way out of this?
He's not going to be able to get out of it. And the killing part is, if I'm not mistaken, tell me if I'm wrong, we were getting oil tankers from Iran and they were coming through the strait for free. With this new contract, we had to give $1 million and $100 a barrel for oil.
Shit. I didn't know the pricing was that high.
Yeah. So gas is never coming down. And the answer to your question is, it's going to take, hopefully in November, we can start slowing them down, at least put the brakes on them.
Do you think that'll be a free and fair election in November? You think it'll legitimately end up being a blue wave?
Yeah, I do think it's going to be, because I believe if it wasn't going to be free election, then we would already see them do things earlier. But the fact that we've been having all these special elections and they have been going our way, I do believe it's going to be I'm hoping it's going to be now, I heard that Save America Act was not going to take effect for November.
Oh. If the Save America Act is not in effect when the midterms happen, then yeah, I think it'll certainly be a blue wave. I think the Save America Act is kind of their last hope to prevent the blue wave from happening.
Well, it's going to be that, or is Republicans. They're going to have to do something. I mean, when's the last time you actually heard a Republican say anything about, even though there's been a few, I got to take that back. Lately, there has been a few, but for the most part, whatever Trump says, they go with.
Yeah, and that's problematic because like I said, what I don't like is that Trump just a few days ago threatened to wipe Iran's entire civilization off the map. And the Republican Party literally left it up to him to show whether he was bluffing or not. They were going to actually let him do it. It was up to him to back down. They were going to let him do that.
Yeah. Now, I don't know what kind of power he has over them, or, I'm a little older than you. And back in the day, when you had an election, after the election was over, everybody got along because we were all Americans. And we moved toward that goal. This division that we have, I don't know about you, but it's just getting tiresome. It really is. I'm tired of arguing with MAGA. I'm tired of listening to the bullshit. I'm tired of them. Whatever this man does, they just come up with an excuse for. I'm looking at him like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Can you at least?
I understand it. I understand Trump very well. To me, I understand why he's doing it because fact is it works. Division has been very lucrative for him. So, I mean, he's going to continue doing it probably for the rest of his life. I mean, he's done very well with that.
Well, let me ask you something.
Sure.
And I know you're in the middle. You're neither left or right.
Depends on who you ask.
Well, yeah, I understand your show. You got to play devil's advocate, so I understand that.
All right, fair enough.
But I believe at your core, you're right there in the middle.
Okay, I can live with that.
What are we not seeing that the right sees?
You're not seeing the fact that the right believes that you are trying to fundamentally destroy this great nation in the way the founding fathers intended. As they say, you don't know what a woman is. You're taking God out of schools. You're trying to give minorities a one-up on white people. This is how they see it. So they believe you're trying to fundamentally destroy the foundation of the nation. And Trump is trying to restore that foundation for the way the founding fathers intended. So they're going to certainly see him as a hero of sorts.
I know I hear that a lot, but I don't think they listen to themselves. Just like you had Hansel Conservative. One moment he's saying, I can't handle the killing of any human life. I want everybody to live. And then the next minute he said, yeah, let's go to motherfucking war.
Well, look, because Trump is trying to somewhat give them back the traditional America that the founding fathers intended. They're willing to overlook a few misstatements like that because they still believe that deep down, if you ride with Trump, you're going to get a traditional America back that the progressives and liberals have sought out to destroy. That's the mindset.
Yeah, it really has me pondering. And I'm a vote. I'm always going to vote. But it's like, where has America really come to? Where this dude, the picture you got, the man says he's a doctor, and
yeah,
he's wearing. I mean, come on now, and they will fall for it. I mean, what screams doctor?
I don't know about this one though. Love the Cruise. I don't know. I don't think MAGA fell for the. I thought I was a doctor. I don't think MAGA's believing that one. To me, that one is so bad that MAGA's like, we got you, but we know you're bullshitting on this one.
Give them 24 hours, Tim. That just came. That's right off the presses. Give them 24 hours, man.
Well, they're not abandoning ship. They know, listen, they know the captain is on some bullshit, but they're not abandoning ship.
But I'm saying they will have an excuse for this. He is in India. That's the way doctors wear their garments in India. So he was imitating an Indian guy, an Indian doctor, or something like that. Just give him 24 hours.
There is no way. Like I brought up, his hands are glowing. He's touching the patient on the head, and the patient's face is emitting light. There's no way to make that sound like a physician. And then, of course,
no stethoscope.
No, nothing.
No, nothing.
Nothing.
No, nothing. But they're going to come up with something. I got faith in MAGA. Hey, you MAGA out there, I got faith in you guys.
Faith is what created this bullshit to begin with. So, but yeah, they see it as.
And you need to tighten up on your religion, man. You think, I heard you say a couple times.
I have a hard time doing that.
Would God let this happen? And I don't think you understand
free will.
The Bible.
Free will.
Huh?
I understand the Bible. Folks suggest that God lets us destroy each other because He gave us free will. I understand it. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Why does it make it? Why does it make any sense?
Why would you create? Why would you create a sort of humanity that's destined for destruction? I mean, if you just looked at what He was creating, you could predict ahead of time. They're going to be killing each other. They're going to be destroying the planet. They're going to be making animals go extinct. This, just looking at the blueprint for it, you would have been able to tell this whole Earth project you got, it ain't going to work very well. They're going to destroy the environment. They're going to be at wars. I mean, you can predict it ahead of time.
If you read the Bible, you wouldn't be doing a lot of these things. Because the Bible, in Sunday school, you know what Bible stands for?
What?
Basic instructions before leaving Earth.
But the problem is you're giving folks free will, and we know when it comes to free will, there's going to be a lot of aspects of their earthly life that improve by having free will, such as greed, or such as sloth, or such as, coveting thy neighbor's wife, a whole lot of things that are very pleasurable. So it's predictable that a lot of these folks, man is flawed from beginning. So a lot of these folks ain't going to go according to this Bible thing you got going on over here. If you give them free will, they're going to opt out of this shit. Not to mention education alone leads a lot of folks. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson is a person I follow a lot. I watch him a lot. He's an astronomer, physicist, whatever the case may be. He gives some really compelling reasons against religion. I mean, the more educated you get, a lot of this stuff don't make sense, Cruz. It just don't make any sense.
Well, like we said earlier, you agree, you got to have faith.
You should see it.
Yeah, but have faith. I'm not going to have faith that if you hold me underwater for 20 minutes, I'm going to survive. Some things you just know scientifically make no sense. There's no need to have faith that if I hold you underwater for 20 minutes, you're going to live through that. You know that ain't going to work, no matter who tells you that.
Who the hell said hold you under 20 minutes, you're going to survive?
Well, what's the difference between holding you underwater for 20 minutes and telling you going to survive, as opposed to some dude creating an ark that could survive 40 days and 40 nights with all the animals inside. That's about just as scientifically impossible as holding you underwater. Pardoning.
Oh, you want to speak scientifically? Can you explain the pyramids?
No,
Can it be explained scientifically?
Well, that's a good point. I'll tell you, a couple thousand years ago, I couldn't explain an eclipse. But as science continues on, a lot of things that we used to attribute to God, we now know how it happens. I mean, go ahead.
You still don't know as science progresses, you still don't know how the pyramids are made.
No, but I'm not saying that they may not one day figure that out. What I'm saying is science has actually disproven a lot. Like they used to believe that the stars could fall, the heaven and earth and stars could fall down. We now know, in terms of astronomy, those stars are millions of miles away. They're not going to fall down to Earth. But that was something they told you, the stars would fall down. They're not going to fall down to you. That ain't going to happen.
No, some things are explained in the Bible differently because of when they happened. Like you say, they didn't have the knowledge to interpret it the right way. But the fact that you go on cruises, right?
Yep. Love to cruise, by the way.
That's right. And what type of room do you get? What type of cabin do you get?
Generally balconies or like the junior suites, the bigger balcony rooms.
Exactly. When you go out on the balcony at night, you see the stars, right?
Right.
I mean, the ocean has full of them.
Right.
Now, scientifically, even scientifically, they're not convinced on how they got there. So, in saying that, how you know there isn't a God?
How do you know? Well, you don't know there isn't, but you don't know there is. That's the problem. So I can't devote my whole life and not know that there is. Look, there could have been, this is what I always say. There could have been a God that created the heavens and earth or whatever you want to say, like a computer program or something. Then he hit enter and it just runs on its own. Just like you could go on vacation and you could type a program so that the cats get fed by a machine, the dishwasher runs at a certain time, the heat cycles on, all of that. You ain't controlling none of it anymore. You're gone. All of that stuff is automatically programmed to keep happening. So even so that your pets at home, when it starts getting cold, maybe they're praying that it gets warm and the heat comes on. They can pray all they want. You already got the heat set for 7 o'clock. It's gonna come on no matter if they pray or not. It's gonna happen already. So there could have been a deity of sorts that literally wrote everything and has no control of what's going on right now whatsoever. Which would mean praying has no validity or any benefit at all. It's just something that you do to make you feel better. But
have you ever prayed before?
Still do.
And you're telling me your prayer never got answered? I ain't talking about getting the lottery or anything like that. I'm just saying something that was going on in your life, whether it was your health or something, and you prayed and things didn't turn around for you.
Yes, but I've also had a hell of a lot of things to ask for that didn't turn around. So what do? Do you say he ain't answered some of my The fact is, when it comes to prayer, if you're truly a believer, you're going to view the outcome positively no matter what. If let's say your mom is stage 4 and dying and you pray for her to go into remission. If she comes out of the cancer, you're going to thank God for answering your prayers. If she dies, you're going to thank God for the time he gave you. You're going to be happy no matter what the outcome is. So what are you praying for?
You're praying for the faith of it. You're praying, yes, true enough, your mother may not come out of it. And if it isn't, that's God's will. But if God wants her to come out of it, she will come out.
But that's going to happen whether you pray or not.
No, not necessarily, man.
So you telling me that God be like, well, ain't nobody praying for this bitch, I'm going to bring her on up.
No.
So whether or not...
man, you're going to get both of us going to hell with that type of thing.
No, I mean, but here's the point, though. I was always told when I was going to church and things like that when it's your time to go, ain't nothing you can do about it. So if God already has your preset time of when it's your time to go, then praying ain't going to change that. He already got preset what time you're going to go. So what are you praying for? He already determined tomorrow you gone.
Let me tell you something. And normally I don't tell my business. But at one time I was real sick. a matter of fact, I was under a ventilator. I was 45 minutes away from being brain dead. And some people say I'm still brain dead. But my pastor came and prayed on me. Now, I don't know this story. This is my mother, my brother, and my auntie and all them telling me, because I was under a ventilator. 45 minutes now, and there's a decision to make whether to pull the plug or not. Prayed on me. 20 minutes later, my vital signs started coming up.
And you believe it's the prayer?
I sure do.
That's fair enough. I gotta move it on, but let me give it to you this way. All of these church ladies, people who are hardcore religious, have lived their life by God their entire lives, only to die of COVID during the pandemic, yet Trump gets COVID and he survives with flying colors. Tell me God would be in on that. Tell me that's the way God wanted.
And sometimes Satan takes over too. Don't confuse God with Satan, man.
All right, I'm gonna leave it at that. I can't confuse the two.
Hey, nice speaking to you, man. Nice speaking to you.
You too, love the Chris. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. You ever had that happen? Or you wonder, like, how the hell did the bad guys live and the good guys die early? I mean, I'm just simply saying there's some bad guys who live to be 80, 90 years old, and there's somebody who did everything right their life, ends up dying in a car crash at 47 or something like that. Looking in the comments, absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. I'd rather be in heaven than here. That's another one. I think it says Tiffany that I often ask as well. If heaven is so much better, why ain't nobody eager to go there? Everybody wants. If you're living in hell on earth, and you know when you leave, you're going to heaven, seems like you want to expedite that and get there immediately. There's no sickness, there's no suffering, as they say. There's none of that in heaven. But yet everybody want to stay here. Seems like everyone out there that has faith in the Lord and believes they're going to go to the kingdom of heaven upon death should have a do not resuscitate order if they get sick. No one should want to be brought back. You should be eager to go. So I'm just simply saying some of this don't make sense. That's all I'm saying. Tap the screen, get the like. I saw some folks didn't like that. Nobody's praying for this woman, so let me go ahead and call her in. I saw some folks say I was wrong about that. Okay, my apologies. Tap the screen, get us up to 120. But he did indicate that if you pray for folks, it could change the outcome, which would suggest if you don't pray for anybody, if somebody's sitting on the curb and they're homeless and they ain't got no family, they don't have any family anymore. They've been homeless and you get ran over by a car or something and you're in a hospital and it's life or death. You're about, you're on what they call it. You're on the fence. Nobody's praying for this old man to survive. So God, well, let me just go ahead and bring his ass home. Ain't nobody caring about him. I don't know if I would believe a guy would do that. Looking in the comments though, real quick, Emmanuel, he says, what's the number? We actually the callers come from TikTok, Instagram, and Substack. So it's all done on the internet. Same name across all platforms, The Handsome Liberal. So come on over to Substack, Instagram, or TikTok. That's where we bring our guests up. But kids dying with cancer, nobody praying for them, huh? Yeah, it's just so many of those gray areas. Yeah, you got a child that gets brain cancer while they're still in elementary school, and the whole damn school is praying for them. You're having visuals in the gymnasium. People bringing candlelight and things like that. Hundreds of their fellow students praying for them, and the kid still dies. How do you respond to a child that says, God let me down? I don't know. It's a lot of gray areas. I don't want to get too deep into that. And I see in the comments, Colette Speak Life says, Tim, move on. This is not your flight. You don't believe. No, I can ask questions though, right? Some of the non-believers can be converted. Some of the believers sometimes go backwards. I was a believer. I was absolutely a believer. Still somewhat am. I still do pray occasionally. But, you should be able to ask questions. I understand faith. A lot of folks believe faith does not allow you to ask questions. You either have faith or you don't. Go figure. Depends on the religion. With respect, if you're not going to read my super, I'm seeing you there. I see that. What other super chat did you send? I haven't seen it. If you limit God, then God is not worth worshiping. That's why God is without limits. How do you limit God? How do you do such a thing? I don't know how do you limit God? You got to explain that. I don't say I saw that. I don't say let's go to war. If I was Trump, that's what I would do. Big difference. Okay, well, but you might vote for a guy to do it. Let me go back to the box. We'll get back on topic and we'll continue on with King Finn. A man, a royalty so dope he got his own theme music. King Finn, good evening.
Yes, welcome. The abbreviated version of the trumpet shall pass, for the king is here.
Well, what's a king to, not to quote Kanye West, but what's a king to a god? You see, and I got to get to Keisha because I know she is also really. So what's a king to a god?
That motherfucker is not God. You know, there's a animation of that picture out on TikTok.
Really?
I'm pretty sure I said yes. There's an animation where Jesus comes behind him and slaps his ass straight off the damn top ropes like a WWF. I mean, like he flies right behind him and says, "What is this?" And Trump like looks up, squinches his face, and then Jesus slapped the shit out of him, and he fly off a damn cliff into hell. That's what should be happening. Like, I don't understand what type of bullshit this is. And him saying that, I thought I was a doctor. You a doctor, damn lie. Stop that bullshit.
He did say that. He did.
Trump always lies. He's just a big ass liar. It's just like that blockade. Dude, how the fuck you gonna blockade these ships coming in and out? Do you know that China is sending warships with their oil tankers? Do you know that Russia is sending warships with their tankers?
Is that true? I haven't heard that.
Yes. They're out there in the water with them, patrolling the strait. You ain't stopping shit. You're just a bad fucking liar, and you look like a dummy for lying about it. What are you gonna do?
That would pose an interesting conundrum. I mean, if China or Russia sends a sovereign warship with their tanker, because the United States is threatening to stop these ships coming through. Yeah, they're not going to stop a Chinese warship or a Russian warship.
There is no if. It is. There are warships, guiding these destroyers into the strait to get their oil and get them back out. There's pictures and videos out there. It's happening.
Wow.
So for him to stand in the Rose Garden or whatever the fuck part of the White House it was, because again, Tim, there's still a hole in the fucking White House. So we don't even know where the fuck that was. That wasn't the Rose Garden because there's still a hole in,
Well, the hole is there because the judge temporarily halted the progress.
Nah, fuck all that. A hole is there because that orange shitty diaper wearing motherfucker tore it down to make a 90,000 square foot ballroom. Which again, I'm gonna ask you, how big was the original White House, and how big was that ballroom?
The ballroom was significantly bigger, but let me give you a few of my personal beliefs, and I may be wrong on this, but I believe the reason the ballroom dwarfs the White House is because there's a good chance the White House might get torn down and built bigger too, and many folks believe that there is a bunker under the ballroom. So the ballroom is a front for what's actually under it.
Tim, is that his house? Is that a Trump property?
It's Trump's country right now.
No, it's not. No, it's not. See, that's the fucking problem. That's what's wrong.
Wait, hold on, goddammit. We're at war, and he took us to war without even asking for permission. What do you mean it's not his country?
It's Trump's country, and that's the fucking problem because the motherfuckers in Congress don't got no fucking spine.
Then it's
They
his
have
country.
no fucking spine. None of them. The Democrats nor the fucking Republicans have a fucking spine. Find one soon.
I would submit to you that as long as Congress is spineless, as you suggest, then it's Trump's country. As long as they're going to bow down and let him do whatever he wants, then what's the difference between that and Trump country?
Because this bitch will burn first. You understand what I'm saying to you? This country will burn down first. People are already starting. The revolution is already starting. They burning down toilet paper warehouses, burning down Amazon warehouses, burning these buildings down. Fuck these buildings. Y'all not gonna pay us a livable wage? No problem. You won't have your money either.
You don't condone burning down an entire warehouse that was the size of that one because the wages weren't proper, do you?
Wait, let me think about it for a second. Paying a person a livable wage so that we can afford this fucked up economy that their orange shitty diaper daddy gave us all, or having these people have a whole bunch of fucking toilet paper tissue that they're going to overcharge us for in the first fucking place.
What the hell? So if your employer doesn't properly pay you a decent wage, you're okay with burning down his facility?
Where else are we gonna get our collateral from? Y'all motherfuckers is not listening.
You can't go get a job somewhere else? You're gonna burn the facility down?
Nobody's listening. Do you understand? You corporate fucks only hear about your wallet and your fucking money and your stock options. Guess what? You don't have any stock options if you don't have any equity in any fucking property. So fuck those buildings.
Oh my
Our kids are dying in the streets. Our kids are passing out in the streets. People can't get health care. People can't.
Apparently Kingfin had a call. All right, we'll move it on. In the comments, Gen C says, Tim, you straddle the fence too much. I've been known to straddle a few things, but the fence ain't it. No, we give both sides a little bit of play. We don't want to straddle the fence, though. Looking in the comments, wages always match the bare minimum or less, and these jobs are hard work. It's no joke. You can't opinionate this shit away. No, I don't disagree that the wages in this country have progressively gotten worse. I'm not going to argue with that. However, and I see in the comments, Colette says, Tim is low-key MAGA. God, you guys just be putting me in a box constantly, don't you? Just put me in a box. Listen, I try to give the people fair conversation from both sides. By the way, before I bring up my next guest, tap the screen, get us on up to 125. Smash that. I haven't asked you folks this on YouTube, but I need you guys to smash that like button, if you will. Helps out the algorithm, brings in more MAGA. We like to have both sides of the conversation. If you're watching on YouTube, smash that like button. Takesha Bowie, if it brings her up, it looks like I'm getting some kind of frozen situation here. Nick, does that say, I'm about to say Nick Adamas. I'm about to say N-I-G. Nick Adamas, good. He says, Mr. Fluffer. There is no fluffing on the program. Nick Adamas. I just said Nig Adamas for a minute there. Wages have gotten worse and profit margins grow every year, says J. Paul. Listen, you guys bitch about socialism all you want. You don't favor regulation. You want to leave it up to the free market. That's what happens. That's what happens. Takesha, good evening.
What's going on, Tim?
Not much at all. Just talking about the deity, as you see on the screen there. Does that come across as blasphemy to you?
And mockery.
And mockery. How is he mocking?
And mockery.
How is he mocking him?
Anytime you dress up like Jesus, you mocking him.
You could go to a toga party and see that, couldn't you?
Let me explain something to you, Tim, because this one subject I'm not finna take light and I'm not finna play with you with.
Okay.
Trump play with God too much for me. And at some point, it's not funny. It's very disrespectful and it's stupid. And I'm really about sick of it. You know good and well you ain't pretending to be no doctor in what you got on. You know good and well that's how they portray Jesus in pictures and movies and stuff. So that lie about being a doctor, that was stupid. I told y'all a long time ago that MAGA kicked Jesus off his throne and sat Trump down. And this picture is showing that Trump think that, and the person who made the picture think it. And if he had any common sense, he would not have reposted nothing like that if he had respect and knew the Lord. He don't know God and God don't know him.
Ooh.
Believe that.
Ooh. Well, listen, you say if he had any sense, he wouldn't have posted it. I mean, he posts a lot of shit on his account that has no business being on the presidential account.
I don't care about that. I'm talking about this right here. This is the worst thing you can do is blaspheme the Holy Spirit and mock God. That will get you where you definitely don't want to go. But like Finn said, when he didn't put his hand on the Bible, we should have already knew he was a demon in disguise.
You think he's a demon?
A demon in disguise.
What the hell has he done that's been demonic? Before you answer that, though, in the comments, James Gardner says, people are still going off on this picture. So, are we making too much about this?
I'm going to say it again. I don't care if we won't talk about nothing else no more in life. Don't mock God. Period. Yes, I'm gonna be talking about it until I get tired of talking about it. I'm sure y'all still talk about Joe Biden, and he been out of office. Y'all still talk about President Obama, and he been out of office. Y'all talking about the Iran deal, the tan suit, and all that. He been out of office. So as long as I want to talk about the picture, I'm gonna talk about the picture. Stevie D, I am so sick of y'all running to the assumption doggone conversation. Let it go. Republicans have them too. Republicans support them too. It's not just the Democratic Party. Stop thinking that only Democrats have paid for them, have had them, and support them. You sound ridiculous when you do that.
Yeah,
let that conversation go.
Let me ask you two this way. We're talking about Trump, but I'm
unalive them when you're taking food from them. You're unalive them when you won't give them free lunch. You're unalive them when you cut their medical care. So y'all unalive them too.
That is true.
Now go ahead, Hansel.
That is true. I want to make sure I get set straight here because Hansel Conservative, a supporter of the program, says that I play with God too much. Did you see that out of me?
Yeah, you do.
How so? In what way?
You do. It's the stuff that you say. Let me explain something to you, Tim.
Please do.
If everything was good in this world and nothing bad happened,
it would be heaven.
Why would people turn to God? You wouldn't need him.
So why would you create misery just to get people?
He didn't create misery.
That's what you're describing.
Hold on, baby. He created Adam and he created Eve. Adam and Eve disobeyed him and cursed this earth. And that's why it's like it is now.
Why would you?
He didn't create this earth to be like it is, Handsome.
And you got a supporter. Here's a conservative says, I'm with her 100%, except for when she goes on her MAGA tirade. So he's saying, but let me ask it to you this way. Why, if you're all knowing, all powerful, why leave behind talking snakes and demons and shit that can convince? Why not get rid of that shit?
There is no if, Tim. When God created this earth was perfect. There was no fighting among the animals. There was no fighting. There was no hunger or anything. When Eve took that apple, that fruit, because we don't know what the fruit was. Let me correct that. When Eve took that fruit from the snake, which was the devil, and gave it to Adam, that's when everything went left.
Why not get rid of that?
God gave Adam strict instructions. If you give your child instructions and they disobey your instructions, don't they have consequences?
Yeah, but I wouldn't leave my child around the devil.
Thinking that God is a Superman and he is here to make everything beautiful, because he is not.
I thought he was all-knowing, all-powerful.
And all-knowing, but he don't work on kryptonite.
I would not leave my child around a satanic individual that's constantly trying to convince my child to do wrong. I would get rid of that individual before I left my child behind.
If you have the knowledge of God, you're supposed to know good from evil. You got free will to decide what you want to do while you're here.
I get all of that. But I'm just saying it doesn't make sense to leave behind the unnecessary temptation. You want all of these folks to eventually follow you and come to the kingdom of heaven. Why leave all the temptation behind?
Guess what it said? Every day, we'll never be perfect, Tim. But when you give your life to Christ, that blood covers the sin that you will commit. But you ain't supposed to willfully sin. But guess what else? He gives you power to fight temptation.
Why put you through all of that, though? Why put you through all of that?
Tim, until you get to know him and understand him. You will never understand, no matter how much I explain it to you, no matter how much I break it down to you, because you don't have a relationship nor a fellowship with God. So you're going to have a lot of questions that us believers understand and you don't. Because you know what? The Bible says that my people fail for lack of knowledge, because y'all don't really want to know nothing. Y'all listen to respond instead of listening to understand. You listen with a question.
Yeah.
And that's why you ain't going to understand.
Listen, I think that, the more you become educated, the more you experience, the more you see, the more you just question shit. I mean, it's just hard
and that's the problem. Y'all ain't
walking. Why the hell would you even give me the?
Ain't walking by faith.
Why would you
y'all
give me the?
What you see.
Then
listen.
Why not? Wait, hold on. Why not remove the ability for mankind to even pose questions? Then take that away.
For what? Free will. He said you can ask him anything, Tim. You just ain't asked him. If you had a relationship with him and you asked him, he'll give you.
I have asked.
You don't have a relationship.
I had a. So if you don't have a relationship, if you don't have a relationship, he ignores your questions.
Let me tell you how I know you ain't have no relationship, because you would still have it. You don't break up with God.
So if you don't have a relationship, he just ignores you.
You ain't gonna understand everything you need.
Why wouldn't he put that in you?
Listen to me. Everybody got the knowledge of God, because when he created us all, he created us in the image and the likeness of him. That's number one. He left us a blueprint, which is the word of God. Everything that you need to know is in that book. You just have to ask for understanding of that book. Let me say this, Tim. Iran will be destroyed, but it won't be by Trump. It's in the Bible. It's going to be wiped away. But Donald Trump ain't going to be the one to do it. But what I'm saying is, if you really want to know what's going on, all you got to do is read and understand that word. Nothing surprises me, because I already know what's going to happen, because I've been reading it. You, sir, you read, but you did not understand. You read, but you didn't have the knowledge.
I don't think it's
just read it.
I don't think it's me reading and not understanding. I think it's you read it and you just have faith that what's in it is actually going to be reality. I can read it. I can read it. Like, if I can read about Noah's Ark and totally understand what he's saying and still not have faith to believe that's true. You just have faith to believe everything in there happened.
And that's my point, Tim. You have to have faith, and you don't. So it doesn't matter what I say to you, you're not going to understand it.
Yeah.
We're on two different levels. I don't doubt nothing that word of God said. When people say man wrote the Bible, who wrote the encyclopedia? Who was supposed to write the Bible? The camels?
But you do know the encyclopedia.
Who was supposed to write
you do know the encyclopedia. You do know the encyclopedia gets updated. Science and things like that updates.
Why would we need to update the Bible? It's finished, Tim. Why would you need to update the Bible? It is finished.
Okay.
From beginning to end, we know what's going to happen from beginning to end. So why would it need an update?
And
God don't need no update.
And I do want to.
No new and improved God, better tasting God. We don't need that.
And I do want to respond to a viewer, Sagar, I can't even pronounce the name, something 50, says, when you can't explain the unexplainable, that's God. No, it ain't. Sometimes it's, hold on.
Say it, my boy.
No, he's wrong. When he said, when you can't, let me explain the unexplainable for you folks who are just having faith all of a sudden. He says, when you can't explain the unexplainable, that's God. Just like folks used to believe if you danced enough, God would eventually make it rain. Now a weatherman can explain how and when it's going to rain. There's a whole lot of things that we used to attribute to God that now we can show scientifically why that happens. But it was unexplainable back then.
Tim, God gives knowledge for us for these times. Back then, they didn't have meteorologists and stuff, so they had to call on God, and he had to show up. That we are living in times where he gives us understanding according to this time, Tim.
Isn't that every single time that mankind has been through? They say we're living in the last days. Every year is the last days, right?
I'm finna tell you, no, because in the beginning they didn't have Jesus. We do. So Jesus, hold on, we are flesh, spirit. We're three. We're flesh. I always get other ones slip off my tongue, but anyway, Tim, we that believe, because you're not a believer, we that believe, we trust wholeheartedly, Tim. Let me say this. You don't have to believe, Tim, but who's going to be the one? Which one of us are really facing a consequence of not believing? If I believe and he's not real, which I know he is, I haven't lost anything.
Yeah, you have. You've lost all the time. You all of the time on you.
Finish what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Because you lost something, but go ahead.
I ain't lost nothing, Tim. I never lose.
Yes, you have. Go ahead.
If he not real, and I believe, I've lost nothing.
No, yeah, it's not true.
If he is real and you don't believe, you're going to hell for the rest of your life.
Okay.
You the one losing, not me.
That's not true. The reason
You're
why,
losing, not me.
yes, okay. The reason you believe that if you believe as opposed to not believing, you haven't lost anything is because you're discounting your whole time on earth. You may have done all sorts of things on earth that made your life less comfortable, less lucrative, less everything because you were. Well, I'm just simply saying, it depends on the person. Some folks.
Why do you think Christians don't prosper in this world? Why?
Because they are trying to get to heaven.
Why do you think we don't prosper?
Because they're trying to get to heaven.
That doesn't mean we don't prosper, Tim. That doesn't mean we don't sin. But we got something that cover our sin and you don't.
Okay. I'm just
You're
saying.
hellbound, I'm not.
I'm saying you've lost a lot of freedom in your earthly life if you believe he doesn't exist.
I haven't lost any freedom, Tim. I got 2 children out of wedlock. I have sex. I eat what I want to eat. I go out to parties. But I'm covered by the blood. So you're not living a perfect life. You're striving, and you'll never live a perfect life. But God covers me. And that's the difference between me and you. I've got covering, and you don't, sweetie.
He might care about me enough to cover me anyway.
I didn't say, listen, it said, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. It didn't say he died for just other people.
I
He
can't
died
believe
for all
that.
of us. But we got to accept him. See, a lot of people are not going to accept him because before we were formed, the ones that were going to choose him, our life was already predestined to choose him. So there's nothing you can say to change our minds because you're never going to change.
I can't believe you would leave a planet behind so jacked up you got to send your son to die to correct your
And I
mistakes.
don't care. This was his world. He do what he want to do. You run your house how you want to run your house. And he run his world how he want to run his world.
I'll leave
you
it
don't
at
want nobody
that.
coming in your house telling you how to run your house. And you can't tell God how to run his world.
Fair enough. I'll leave it at that, Takesha. I knew you would have something to say on this matter. We obviously don't agree on some of this stuff because you're right. I don't have a relationship
We never
yet.
got to agree on that.
No.
But let me say this, Tim, because you ain't give me time to say what I had to say today. Tim, you remember when Trump and Hegseth had that wonderful gathering? They was talking to the soldiers, the military.
Yeah.
And Trump kept bragging about how many people were trying to get into service. They had record recruiting, Tim, and everybody trying to get in. Why we got to have an automatic draft if everybody was getting in? Look like you'll have a wait.
Because because the type of plans he has, the military ain't big enough.
The way he was talking was like they had a waiting list. That people was just running to get into service. We don't need an automatic draft. We got a waiting list, Tim. Everybody want to be in the service under Trump.
In defense of Trump, I'll say this.
Please be in defense because you MAGA.
In defense of Trump, I'll say this. The waiting list that he says we had may have been to give us a sizable military for the typical operations of the U.S. military. But with Trump talking about literally being on a land grab, attacking countries, the military he needs may be significantly larger because he's talking about continuing to get in wars and shit. So that's different.
You just like MAGA, man. Let me tell you something. I had a hamburger today tougher than it is to beat Iran. And you came, and I came on here and you ran talking crap, Tim. I'm sick of that. You know what, Tim? I don't have a problem with you paying devil's advocate, but sometimes you just be the devil without the I'm so sick of you. You really just, that's why you keep wearing that red. That's why you wear that red hat.
This is just... I got that. No, I had this.
It ain't represent the blood of Jesus. It's represent that fire you do gonna be burning in when you leave this earth, Tim. I'm about sick of you.
You're scaring me. I gotta go. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. I'm gonna be up there with you, hanging out.
No, you're not.
In fact, I find Eve attractive, so we're gonna hang out. I gotta go.
I can't stand you. Goodbye.
Bye. We're gonna be sitting around eating apples. Anyway, look at it in the comments. Handsome Conservative says, damn, she's good. You need to listen to her. She just earned you this super chat. Thank you. And you got somebody that agrees. He says, what's in there is happening right now, Tim. Well, you're saying that what's in the Bible is happening right now. I would rebut by saying it's always been happening. What's in the Bible, no matter what era you go back to, 1700s, 1800s, 1900s, 2000s, there has always been stuff in the Bible because it's very general. Like when I mentioned how science has made it so you don't have to pray to God for the weather to change. You now know what the weather is going to be like. Somebody on my YouTube side said, no, the weatherman can be wrong. He wouldn't be wrong if he was as general as the predictions in the Bible or the predictions that come from the deity. Those are, we live in the last days. Okay, what year does those expand from? I mean, no matter if you're alive in 2026 or you're alive in 1826, you were living in the last days. If you're that general, it's impossible to be wrong. So a lot of the predictions are very, very general in nature. They don't give you, there will be wars. That doesn't, as long as you got two people out there, they're going to disagree on shit. That's going to happen. The stuff that's stated is so general, it's impossible for it to be wrong. It's going to eventually happen. If you got a planet with, what did they say, 7 billion people or how many folks are on there's always going to be wars. There's always going to be. That statement is so general, it's always going to come true eventually, no matter how long mankind exists. So from that aspect, everything is in there is accurate because it's so general, it has no other way but to be accurate. That's like me saying, if you move to Vegas, there will be days of rain. Even as dry as Vegas is, it occasionally rains there. It's just a general statement that's going to come true eventually. Hey, me again, ex-Trump supporter, can we debate?
Low battery, please charge.
Oh, I got to charge my damn play. Anytime, Mr. Bright Souls, you got to be on Instagram, TikTok, or Substack. I'll certainly bring you up. Let me go back to the box, bring up the one and only Dencal on Instagram, by the way. We're over on Instagram. Dencal, the Ethiopian Jewish Church saved the book of Enoch for us.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right.
You got a loud background. I can hear your background more than you.
I just turned it off.
Okay. What am I getting wrong now? We went down a dark path, or I guess bright path of religion. I don't want to go too far in religion, but am I getting anything wrong here?
No, I'm kind of where you're at about the vagueness of everything.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's so vague, it's so general, it can't be wrong. You can predict anything when you got that much room to move around on. So what about the Trump God or whatever? Now, Trump says he was seeing this as a physician. What say you? I think my caller may be going in and out. Denkel, I don't know what's going on, but you are not coming in. So we'll move it on then. I don't know what happened, if he dropped or what. Looking at the when you can't, somebody said, well, you can't explain unexplainable. That's God. Like I said, there's a lot of things that were not explainable until science proved otherwise. There's a lot of things that, as time, look at the lifespan of human beings. When they say when it's your turn to die, God takes you in or whatever the case may be. Look at how due to science. Look how the lifespan of a human is continuing. You can now take whole organs out and shit like that and make them go and work in somebody else. That wasn't happening during the time Jesus walked earth. Can you reclaim a brother's time? Yes, we can. Sorry about that. You were on the phone. Religion is a tool for control. And let me just, before you continue, Kingfield, let me just say this. Here's another issue I have with religion. And I know a lot of my beloved MAGA is going to have a problem with this. But fact is, most indigenous people, where they were originally placed by whatever deity or God, they didn't believe in the religion we believe in until the Europeans came and forced it upon them. My ancestors were not Christians. The original Native Americans in this country, they were not Christians. And I know for a fact, this is where the MAGA side is not going to believe or not going to like it, because I'm talking slavery and racism and shit like that. But fact is, the religion that most African Americans in this country follow was forced on them by slave masters. You think they really had your best intentions at heart? I say this all the time. I'm really surprised that black people kept the religion once they gained freedom. These people didn't have your best interest at heart. Why would you keep their religion? Somebody help me make that make sense. And I see Mr. Dove says, now you're talking. So look, you know that religion was deeply rooted in supremacy, control, nationalism, a whole lot of bad words in that. Not to mention it also okayed maintaining you as a slave and beating your ass as such. I just have a lot of questions on it from that nature. King Finn, good evening.
We need to talk about that a different damn time.
Okay,
right
fair
now,
enough. Fair enough. I'm not going to eat up his time, Sherbert. He got 10. Okay, so.
Shove it up his own ass or something.
Say that again?
Pants with all that. Daddy Duppy pants with the damn Jesus robe on is bullshit either way it go. Okay, it's blasphemy. Not finna, jump over a hoop with you on that bullshit because you already know what it is. However, so like I was saying before, Russia, China, and India, all three of those countries have naval fleets, and they're all in the Strait of Hormuz. They're all helping to guide their ships and providing security to their ships. So what Trump is talking about is full metal bullshit. Really, what it is.
I guess I didn't watch the news as much because I haven't heard that's a great plan for those countries to prevent Trump from doing what he wants to do. Just sending in a sovereign ship, and he's not going to fuck with you. I mean, those are all nuclear nations and all of that. I hadn't heard that because
I don't understand how he would propose to provide this blockade with just those two destroyers, right? But the warships are cutting around with them. You can't do that. That's a war on four fronts. So you're gonna provide protection. You're gonna blockade the ships, but you're gonna blockade against Russia, India, and China. But you also gonna have your weapons trained on the cliffs above the Strait of Iran. Now, how dumb is that? How are you gonna pull that off? Again, lies. The lies this man tells are historic. Okay, and just to run back real quick. With that story about AB where you were talking about earlier, something that no man, and I hate talking about AB because I'm not a woman. I don't have the body parts to talk about this, but I also don't like the fact that men think they can.
Yeah.
But I will say this, right? 83% of abortions, of ABs are quote unquote elective. That's the fact that they all love to bring out. 83% of them are elective, 83% of them are elective, but that does not take into account that if the AB is scheduled, it is no longer either elective or emergency because it is scheduled. Therefore, that number of 83% is elective is crap. It's bullshit because it doesn't contest for the ones that have been scheduled to do, not only scheduled, but the ones that are emergency. Nobody ever talks about. Oh my God. Lucy, what are you doing?
I'm just doing a house call.
Oh my God.
I'm just doing it. Your doctor doesn't dress like this? That's weird.
Oh my God. All right, Mishi.
I'm just doing a house call. Tim, how are you feeling these days?
Oh, I'm feeling humorous as hell seeing you dressed like Trump in the photo.
Wait, no. I'm just dressed like my physician. So I just wanted to do a quick little house call, Tim. Are you feeling all right?
You are a killer. Oh my God, that's funny.
What do you mean? This isn't how your doctor dresses?
No, my doctor does not dress like that.
That is diabolical.
That's good. That's good
I healed
shit.
someone with my light today. I mean, I healed someone with my light.
Yes. Oh no.
Oh, my stomach is hurting. You got my cheeks hurting. All right.
This is a special skill only some of us have, but I can heal people with the light. It's pretty cool.
Okay. And real quick, for folks on my other platforms wondering what we're laughing at, what we're seeing, she literally is dressed exactly like Trump is in the photo. She got the little red, even got light in her hair.
I'm dressed like a doctor. What's so funny? This is how my physician dresses. Isn't it how yours dresses?
No.
I agree, Stick. You better clip this too.
Oh my! I didn't do it. I just clicked it.
I just did a video. I just did a video in this. That's why I was like, before I changed, I had to stop in and say hi. But
all right. Well, I appreciate you coming through.
okay. Well, we all have to laugh a little bit.
That is.
I mean, MAGA, do you actually believe that he was dressed like a doctor? You do, don't you?
Nah, you know what I said. They're gonna swear that light that's above his head that's glowing is UV light. So he's putting UV light on their forehead. That's gonna be their excuse next. Watch. I'm telling you. Well, that was the UV light he was using.
Oh my God.
Thanks for letting me in.
Anytime, Misha. Appreciate you coming through. Real quick in the comments, Hanson Conservative says this is crazy. Christianity did not come from Europeans. It's not a white man's religion. Is that the way you see it, King Fam? The damn God is white. Well, listen, they say the God is was Middle Eastern.
No, stop. Are we talking about the same people who walked around Europe for 200 years during the Crusades with Bibles in their hands?
This is what he's saying. He's saying Christianity. He's saying Christianity is not a white man's religion. I've never heard of that.
Yeah. And ain't that the same person that say he believes in life? He believes in keeping babies born. He believes in whatever it does to keep the life. But then in the same breath, he said, "Oh yeah, let's go to fucking war." Right? Is that the same person?
That's the same person. Yes.
These fake ass Christians is running around here talking about they Christian. These fake ass people.
He the first person I've ever. And I see Chauncey says it came from the motherland. What the hell is that? A spaceship? What is this, Dianetics? No, I have always been told that it was a white man's religion. Let's say it like this then. Maybe they colonized the religion and conquered it as well, because it certainly came across in my lifetime as being a white man's religion. Maybe they took it from the original inhabitants like they took many other countries, but I ain't never heard that Christianity was not a white man's religion. The God got blue eyes.
I'm not even gonna go there with you, Tim. Like I said, I don't debate theology with people who don't actually know it. I'm sorry. I can't debate theology with them. You don't know shit. Like I was saying, I also need you to call out your peacock, because your peacock was wrong. You fucking wrong as hell, bro. Didn't your peacock say that this war was only gonna last 2 more weeks?
Yeah, he's already apologized. He was one of my first callers. He's talking about Straight Talk Commerce. He corrected himself.
Did he eat his hat? That's what I want to know. I want the video of him eating his hat.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I have to bring that up. I forgot about that. Yeah, he didn't eat his hat. Michi got me still laughing. No, he didn't eat his hat though. He didn't do that. So I'll have to make sure.
I want to see the small bits of motherfucking string and everything. I'm talking about, you better chew that motherfucker good, because it ain't gonna be over. He ain't trying to make it be over. Oh, and also on that same note, the rest of the countries that were our quote unquote allies are all coming out against this shit. So France dropped in, Italy and France dropped their hat in. The UK wasn't playing this shit in the first place. I don't know what y'all think's gonna happen, because right now it's just Trump and it's not real. Okay, that's it. Ain't nobody else coming to the fight. Nobody else is coming. Everybody else is on Iran's side.
So how do we straighten this out?
Trump needs to declare that he's a bitch and a wimp and a punk, and he needs to leave the fucking Gulf. Period. Point.
Well, but wait a minute. Iran has made it clear that they will never let the strait go back to just being open. They want money from that strait from now on.
And guess what? They believe it's theirs now. It's theirs. If we would have left them the fuck alone, nobody would be paying a $2 million fucking tariff.
Yeah.
Because it ain't 1 mil, it's 2 mil. Nobody would be paying, not a tariff, I'm sorry, $2 million toll nobody would be paying that, and everybody would be cool, and we'd still be getting fucking gas out of the straight for the same fucking price that we had before. But since the shitty diaper man decided to go over there and take advice from arguably the one person that might be higher up on the motherfucking watch list besides fucking Putin, and then jump and fucking start a war. Yeah, now you know what? Fuck it. You're gonna have to pay them $2 million. And did you know that the ICC put out a warrant for BB's arrest today?
But he already had an international warrant for war crimes.
But they're taking it seriously now.
Well, as long as he continues to have the United States by way of Trump protecting him, you're not going to be able to get him.
That's what I was about to say. Yeah. Trump is next. They've already said Trump is next.
Do you think, let's say, for instance, Trump was replaced with a liberal president, a Gavin Newsom of sorts or someone, and there was an international warrant out for Trump, do you think that they would turn Trump over?
Hell yeah.
You think so?
Hell yeah. I'm going to be on the motherfucker. I'm going to be right there in the motherfucking detail.
But how would that be? Okay, then, considering how many folks died in what we view as a wrongful war by George W. Bush, then what would happen if they did? Because there's no statute of limitations on murder. Then what would happen if they put a warrant out for Bush? You gonna turn him in too?
No, I ain't gonna turn Bush in.
You can't do. Then that's not fair.
Yes, it is.
How? You just hate Trump.
I don't give a fuck. So what?
You can't. The law cannot be doled out based on hate. Either a person is either you're gonna follow the law and adhere to it or not. You can't just allow those you hate to be caught up in it.
Here's the thing. Is Bush in an active war right now?
No, but most of the free world believes he is actively responsible for a lot of people being murdered unnecessarily.
Okay, well, if he has to deal with that, then he got to deal with that.
So you would turn over George W. Bush too?
If he got to deal with that, he got to deal with that. It's just like if you in the Epstein, if you in the Trump files, you did it. You did the crime. You got to pay the time.
I don't know. You know something? I'll just tell you this, King. If we allowed our presidents to be handed over when they put out international warrants for them, I think every one of them that's alive, they would. I mean, all of them. I mean, I'm sure because we're always involved in some mission to control the world, play the world's police. I'm sure Obama did shit. Biden. I mean, we would have to turn them all over.
But ain't that the problem though? Out of the four the 4 or 5 that's alive, all of them have done some shit, right?
Right.
But only one of them is being looked at for being a war criminal.
Well, because he's done a lot of shit and he's bragged about it. That's the only difference. I mean, the rest of them knew how to keep their mouth shut and kind of do it behind the scenes. He brags about it, puts the killings on video and shit. I mean, he likes to declassifies the murders and shit. So he likes to do it.
Well, then maybe he should learn how to shut the fuck up.
I don't think we can't teach an old dog new tricks, King. I got to move it on, but you can't teach an old dog new tricks. He's not going to learn how to shut the fuck up.
And then just remember, man, I want you to make sure you get at your peacock and tell them we want the video. Not no fake video neither. We want the.
Why do you call him a peacock?
Because he strut around like a peacock, showing his fucking feathers, knowing damn well he ain't as bright as a light bulb on a dark day.
Damn.
That motherfucker, he get up here yelling at you, screaming at you. He get on his platform yelling at people, screaming at people, and ain't got a damn thing to say. He all for show. Okay, all for show. Just like that's why he loved the president, because the president is the greatest showman on earth, right?
He is definitely that. He's a really good showman. King fan, appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, moving on. Huh?
Peace.
You too. Appreciate it. Thank you. Looking in the comments here quick, make sure I didn't miss a super chat here. This is coming from evil. Why even try? Trump is fucking up worse than anyone has ever fucked up in history. Not liking him has nothing to do with it. I don't agree that Trump fucked up more than any president in history. I mean, Hitler fucked up more than Trump. I mean, there are former leaders that have fucked up so bad their countries have been under rule since they were in office. I mean, the Japanese couldn't even have a military. I mean, there are countries that have fucked up worse than Trump. I'm not saying I favor what Trump is doing. Until I see otherwise, I'm not saying what Trump is doing is going to benefit America greatly, but I don't think he's the worst of the worst on the planet. Conservative says that's because you don't know where he's talking about religion. He's talking about the idea that Christianity did not come from the Europeans or white people. He says that's because you don't know where it came from, like the Democrats like to say, do your research. You know the reason why we don't know where it came from is because the folks that are claiming it did like they do a lot of other parts of our history. They don't tell you the truth, so you walk around thinking Columbus discovered America and Confederacy is about pride and heritage. That's why you don't get the actual answers. So not only did they steal the fucking country, they stole the fucking religion. How do you get to heaven not even being honest about God? Jesus Christ. Here's a consultant says, I'm going to be in your box. I mean, how do you literally, you took the, because look, I think everybody, most Americans, unless you've done some significant research, do tend to believe that Christianity was started by white people. Now, I know in recent times there's been an argument that suggests that Jesus could never have been white and blue eyes and all this shit, considering that he was in the Middle East. But that is the way he was portrayed. I remember even going to, when I went to church in Bible school back when I was a young lad, we had a big ass picture of Jesus on the wall. It was a white guy. The white guy with blue eyes. And my church was 100% black. They had a big ass picture of Jesus painted on the wall. What the perception? So the research says that if you do your research and you don't come to the same conclusion, then that means they stole the religion and literally defaced the image of Jesus and made him into a white dude. Yikes. Let me go back to the box. We'll make it happen with Super Evil. The further you go back, the darker it gets. True, because the actual being honest about how this country was founded and even mankind in general is a lot darker than the stories we've been told. I mean, you see folks, Thanksgiving, the Pilgrims sitting down with the Indians having a nice dinner. They don't tell you they were putting their fucking heads on a stick. Super Evil, good evening. Okay, apparently he's got, I don't know if something going on there, but we'll continue on. That was Super Evil. Arshafine, good evening. Welcome to the program. Was the stories in the Bible not scientifically possible? In my opinion, they were not scientifically possible at all. Many of them, parting the Red Sea, bursting into burning bushes and stuff. Yeah, a lot of it wasn't. A lot of it isn't scientifically possible, if you ask me. Arsha, good evening.
Hi, Jim.
Okay. Rough day at the office.
It is very interesting. Yeah. So, no, Jesus never stepped foot in Europe. It was actual, if we look at where he was from and where, the Israelites and the fact that Ethiopians came and witnessed his miracles. I mean, you have to remember, like, the trade and everything back then was very, Israel and Northern Africa, they're not, they're within the same, anyway, the oldest Bible is actually the Ethiopian Bible. It has 83 books. Once
and see if you went like in my case, get Gen X. I never heard anything about any of that.
No, because once it hit the Roman Catholic Church in Europe, once Europeans and the Romans decided that they were going to make this the religion of the land, they canonized only 72 books. So they left out a lot of the mysticism, like Book of Enoch. There's books of Solomon. There's all kinds of things. Okay.
So the black man loses again, huh?
No. So no, I'm not saying the black.
Well, if it was Ethiopian,
it actually exists in Ethiopia in a monastery. Remember, Ethiopia is one of the few areas of land in Africa that haven't been, bought, sold, or colonized. So, this
ain't nothing there.
It's still there.
Right. Ain't nothing there of value. That's why it ain't been colonized. Ain't nothing there of value.
But anyway, so then Martin Luther, once the Reformation and became a Protestant, and King James made the Bible, they reduced the books to 66 from what the Roman Catholic canon had of 72. So the King James Bible is missing a lot of good things about women.
So they essentially wrote out the black man out the Bible.
They wrote out
the Ethiopian part.
No, I mean, it isn't even about it. The Ethiopia is about the language that it was in and it was held in there. The fact that it's not taught to you. And of course, even most Protestants don't understand that their Bible is holding less of the canon that was originally the 72. So that should be a big question for just Protestants. Why not have the other, however many books that are missing? Was that 6? Due to King James removing those.
They would kick you out of a Southern Baptist church talking this. I mean, because like I said, you're hesitating on saying it, but fact is they wrote out the black man. I mean, all the Ethiopian shit got left behind. They literally edited out the black man.
They didn't. Yes.
Yeah,
what happened? Your white American. Your I wouldn't say the Catholic Church, like if you're going into like the Roman Catholic Church, because they have, black African bishops, and I mean they're, but I mean, yes, I would say, but anybody, if you were to look at a map and we lay it down, which of course they make it seem like most of the earth is land, and it's not, as we all just saw.
Yeah.
Anyway, Africa and the Middle East, I mean, Egypt is Africa, Ethiopia is, all these major players, they were all over. And when he was, when Jesus never once went to Rome.
Yeah, then that's exactly what I'm saying. They literally stole the religion from
He was a Jew of Middle Eastern descent. He was brown. He probably had, he had hair like wool. But anyway, moving on.
I mean, like I said, this is the research he took. The research just makes it look worse and worse. I didn't know this, by the way. I did not know. I mean, but it literally.
The slave owners and all those types of Christians, listen, you can go to church every single Sunday and be a hypocrite. Say you're a Christian, but you truly are not. And it goes well beyond believing in a God. It's, in my opinion, it's just following the two.
But this also plays exactly into what I said before about I was surprised that slaves, once they gained freedom, kept the white man's religion. Based on what you're saying, it is the white man's religion. They cut out all the black parts.
But you also remember how the slave owners didn't want the slaves learning how to read the Bible.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
They figured out there's a lot more in there about slaves instead of just being obedient to your masters. The masters also had to treat their slaves well.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I still.
We're going into the idea of indentured servitude versus what chattel slavery was a totally different thing.
But that's why I keep saying that I'm surprised they kept following this religion after they gained freedom. Like, not only did they not have your best interests at heart, the religion they gave you has been heavily edited. I mean, this is not even totally accurate. I mean, this has been edited to make them benefit. So this, you can get rid of this and go, as one of my guests said, do your research, find out how this stuff really was done. This what they gave you is missing all kinds of shit. The stuff that pertains to where a lot of your ancestry or your native continent, all of that's taken out of it. So they should have gotten rid of that.
Yes, I mean, and Africa wasn't called Africa, and Africa wasn't a nation or a continent that was, completely divided with borders. And anyway, that's a whole other part of geopolitical history. But anyway, my thing with so that's my thing on that one. This picture, I mean, okay, I'm going to put it this way. My husband comes home every week or every afternoon for lunch, and he listens to
he coming on to eat the good.
Yeah.
Hey, we all get hungry around noon, if you know what I mean. Go ahead.
Yes, he's come and gone. So I've been listening to your live, but so he saw the picture, right? And then he was watching the thing of him saying, and he's like, "You're so fucking full of shit. You don't look like a doctor. Come on, man." And I'll just tell you, I'm a Catholic. I go to mass. I don't believe you have to show up to any specific place to have a to have a relationship
I
with
believe
God.
that. Yeah, I agree with that.
I do believe that everybody in that space has, only they know in their heart of hearts, only God and the individual knows in their heart of hearts what their thoughts truly are. So I can't say, but I know I will never be out there. I don't hide behind use my religion as an excuse for anything that would cause harm to another human being, because that is not what Jesus said to do. So, I mean, he only gave us 2 rules. If we can't follow the 10, I can at least handle the 2. So,
But to me, it's hard to see anybody in this country really living like Jesus. We all have more than we need.
Well,
we're overweight. We have gluttony. I mean, we violate all of that shit.
Right. Well, as a collective, yes. And we can't change the collective. We can only work on ourselves. So, I mean, as long as I know what I'm doing out there with good intention, and I'm not the intention to cause somebody suffering, then I'm good. If you, Tim, go through your day and you said, I did everything out of goodwill today towards my fellow man, didn't hurt anybody, cause anybody harm, then you're a good guy. Are we free from sin? Hell no, because the only person that was Jesus. He was, but anyway, so that, but yes, this picture, I donate blood. I'm going to go see if my Red Cross people, I can't quite recall because.
Yeah, he said that was the Red Cross. I mean, to me, he made such a piss poor effort at lying. He should have just simply said, maybe I made a mistake.
Why can't he just say, yeah, I liked it. Sorry you didn't. Or sorry not, or, yeah, I liked it. Tough. Like, why has he got to go down this, snowball of just lie? He's like
the best answer for after making a mistake like this, when you see all of your own supporters are calling you blasphemous, the best answer would have been to apologize. Anything else you issue just makes you look, certainly saying that you thought this was a physician, that's laughable. I actually broke out laughing when I heard him say that. That's a bad lie. That's not even remotely close.
It's for everybody that is a Trump, for anybody that's just a human being, okay, and just has 2 eyes and 2 ears. You don't even need to be able to speak. If you think that this man has any respect for the American people after standing up there and telling a lie like that, he thinks we're all fools.
I normally would push back on that.
But
yeah,
fact that you are looking down on the American people as if we are all have a brain capacity of a peanut is disgusting as the leader of our country.
Normally, I do have the devil's advocate ability for my beloved MAGA. I normally would push back on that, but yeah, suggesting that you saw this and thought you were a doctor it's such bad lying.
He knows it's not true.
Yeah.
He just thinks we're.
Well, it ain't about whether it ain't about whether he knows it's not true. What I'm saying is, it's such a bad lie that the only way you would think folks believe that is you would have to really think that they're not very bright. I mean, that's a really bad lie. Everybody knows this don't look like a physician.
Tim, I'm going to tell you what. This lie reminds me of the lie I told my mother to her face when I was a kid, and then I'll let you go. I don't know what was wrong with me, Tim. I was 7 years old. Some other girl in the apartment complex was like, hey, let's jump up and down on your mom's car. Like it's a trampoline, Tim.
Damn.
My mom's car was white. It was a little Datsun B210, okay?
Okay.
My mom comes in the room. Arsha, are you jumping on the hood of the car? No, Mom. Why would you? Are you sure? I'm going to look me in the eye and tell me you did not jump up and down on my car. I said, Mom, why would I do that? My mom said, pull down your pants right now.
Damn.
She showed me, she picked up my sneaker. My sneakers had little stars for treads. They
beat your ass with a sneaker.
Tread on the car. That is basically
okay.
That is the complete. That is my description of that kind of lie. No, Ma, I don't know what you're talking about when she had the evidence right there. Tim, I deserved my ass whooping. 100.
Yeah.
I'll tell you
That's what I
never
thought
lied
was
to my
about to
mama.
happen when she made you pull down your pants and took out the sneaker. I mean, where I come from, you're going to get your ass beat with that shoe. That's what I thought was about to happen.
Oh, let's just say, I wish I would have had stars on my behind. Anyway.
All right, Arsha.
But yeah, I mean, you know, it would be, I mean, find out for me, Tim. I wanted to actually look this up before I got on because, yes, you know, the whole praise be to Allah, obviously, the trying to be God thing. Didn't he also do a AI version of him as Moses or something?
He did one of him as the Pope.
Oh, well, that Pope's a man. So that,
Yeah.
I mean, even as a Catholic, I am not, you know, he's making fun of the Pope, which he can. That's free speech. Like, I'm not going to.
It's still horribly insulting, though.
Well, yeah, but that's expected. I don't expect him to be classy and have any couth or freaking, you know, anything that some poor people might have called class. So, yeah.
Bro, that's your president, Arsha. Well, I'll move it on. As always, always a pleasure talking to you.
Gosh, I don't know if you meant to wear the red today, but between the scarf and the hat and this, oh my gosh.
Well,
can you throw on a blue hat?
This is actual merch. I don't know if you can see it, but it actually has my logo on it.
Yes, I can. It's like color.
That's colors. I have it in a bunch of colors. So it's just a merch.
Can we put some neutral on, some beige? No. Just kidding.
Next time, I'll see what I can do in the future. Thanks for coming through.
Purple.
Oh my God. I think I'm Prince now.
Woohoo! Yeah, there you go.
He's a little metro for me. He's a little metrosexual. I can't be that way.
Yeah, you know, to be honest, there is only one Prince. So yeah. Not everybody can pull off ruffles the way that man did.
That is true. Arsha.
All right.
Thank you. All right, moving on real quick in the comments. Why Even Try says, was Hitler a U.S. president, Tim? My God, you're dumb. No, the comment suggested that President Trump is fucked up more than anybody else. It didn't say nothing about being a president. It said fucked up. Let me see if I can find the comment. Trump is fucking up worse than anyone has ever fucked up in history. It says nothing about president. This is your comment, by the way. Trump is fucking up worse than anyone has ever fucked up in history. Not liking him has nothing to do with it. Okay, so why are you bringing up president? You didn't say no other president is fucked up. You said anyone in history. It could be any damn body. It could be Genghis Khan for all we know. You didn't add that in there. So no, I'm not dumb. I'm actually reading your comment in detail, and you're expecting me to attribute shit to it that are not in there. But thank you for your support in the comment. But what you said, now if you had said president, we'd be on to something. You didn't say president in your comment. So you're saying Trump only fucked up more than the Axis power countries. I don't think Trump fucked up as worse as Hitler, Hirohito, Mussolini. No, I don't think he fucked up. Not yet, at least. I don't think he's dragged us in. What he's dragged us into, I don't believe is as bad as what Mussolini, Hirohito, and Hitler dragged his country into. Not yet. Now, if he keeps going, because he's talking about Cuba, he backed off of Greenland. I mean, he could have took on all of NATO at once. Hitler would have done that. I mean, when you look at the might of the U.S. military and you look at Trump's ego from a narcissistic standpoint, thinking that we can take on anybody, Hitler would have done that. Trump didn't do it. When NATO started sending some of their assets to Greenland, Trump backed off of it. So I don't put him in the Hitler category yet. Not to mention he's not exactly incinerating people yet. And now, if he starts creating Buchenwalds and Auschwitzes and shit like that, that's a different story. I do know they bought up some Amazon-sized warehouse facilities for ICE. You know, we do know that they had Alligator Alcatraz, but I don't put that in the same category as Auschwitz. You shouldn't give him a chance to drag us anywhere with his insane self. Well, it's not about giving him a chance. All we can do as citizens is vote or revolt. We haven't got to the revolt stage yet. Let's just put it this way. if we don't have a free and fair election in November, you may see that start to happen. Because I think everybody is believing that the Democrats are going to do very well in the midterms. If all of a sudden the midterms concludes and the Republicans are still in charge or they even gain seats and people know it's due to, let's say he gets the Save America Act passed. And folks can show all of these legal voters that, you know, his passport didn't have the right date stamped on it. So, you know, trivial shit causing real Americans that legitimately have the right to vote not being able to vote because of additional hurdles they put in the Save America Act. Well, you know, his birth certificate didn't have a seal on it. So little shit like that. Yeah, then you could see a revolt happen when people know for certain that their vote was stolen from them because he put in legislation that simply just made it so you wouldn't be likely to vote. You could absolutely see something like that happen. But hopefully it doesn't go down that path. Hopefully it doesn't. I think Trump knows he don't run nothing here on this planet. They do. Who are they? Let me know who they represent. Anyway, looking in the comments. Okay, Tim, I am going to look at a movie. Okay. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. Who said that? Freedom Fighter, I appreciate you tuning in while you were. The Heritage Foundation. Well, like I said, if it turns out that you know people really believe that he truly just passed legislation and laws to make folks, you know, so that they could not vote, yeah, you could see some kind of chaos happen. Also, look, I think everybody, even my beloved MAGA, would probably have to admit Trump is going to claim some kind of fraud happened in the November midterms. He's claimed fraud in every election he's been involved in, even the ones he won. So he's going to claim some fraud happened in the midterms. And we know Speaker of the House Mike Johnson is the one responsible for, you know, inaugurating whoever wins in January. Assuming, you know, so because there was a woman that won in Arizona when the government was shut down, and he just deliberately chose not to swear her in. Just chose not to swear her in until the government opened. So he just delayed her becoming a member of Congress. If Trump is claiming fraud and saying that a bunch of liberals won their seats illegitimately, and it's only going to be liberals. Trump has never seen a Republican cheat in an election. It's always been Democrats. So it's only going to be liberals. I believe he could easily get Mike Johnson to refuse to swear them in. Well, there's an investigation going on, and until the investigation concludes, we're not going to swear in any of the fraudsters that won. They're going to be 100% liberals. Mike Johnson will agree with that. And you could delay the investigation out God knows how long. And you'll just have missing members of Congress. I could absolutely see that happen. This is not Mike Pence. Mike Johnson will refuse to swear people in if Trump asks him. He will do that. So it is what it is. Do you think I'm letting you get away with that straight garbage? What garbage did I say there? Why even try? What country are we talking about? You are a true piece of shit, Tim. Wait a minute. Let me go back and look at this again. You're going off on me because you think this is your comment. You said Trump is fucking up worse than anyone has ever fucked up in history. Not liking him has nothing to do with it. You're telling me not a single other leader in world history has done worse than Trump. Tell me where I'm misinterpreting that. I disagree with you. And by the way, your comment says nothing about president, does not put a title on it at all. You said he's done it worse than any person. He fucked up. Trump is fucking up worse than anyone has ever fucked up in history. You got people that went to death row and was executed. You tell me he fucked up worse than him? How am I misreading your comment? It says, do you think I'm letting you get away with that straight garbage? What country are we talking about, Tim? It doesn't matter what country. You said anybody in history. You didn't limit it to president. You didn't limit it to America. You said history. You specifically said history. That could be anybody. You left it open, and I just read it. Look at the comments. I'm just saying. I read his comment. Dude is stupid. They hate him so bad. They say things that make zero sense. I'm just reading what I see. That's all I'm saying. I'm reading what I see. Sherbert in the comments. The speakership is null and void right after the new election. The new speaker will swear in the new Congress. Well, somebody got to swear him in as speaker, right? You can't take over the job without the previous guy swearing you in. I'm saying Trump will stop that from happening. I don't think you realize that Trump has some loyalists on this team. Sherbert, good evening.
How's it going, Tim?
It's going good. So am I getting this right? Do you see what I'm seeing where you could possibly have a blue wave and Trump could use Johnson to refuse to swear people in? Am I sounding crazy by saying that?
Not even a little.
No. Well, apparently somebody disagreed with me in the comments. He's saying that once it's over with, the speaker is null and void and it can just happen. But no, you got to get the gavel from the last guy.
They already tried this with the e-files, so there's no reason for them not to just do whatever they can, because ultimately there's nothing that we can do if they don't do it the right way, or else we're just as bad as them. But as the same thing as those warehouse fires, we're not above going low anymore.
You don't support the warehouse fires, do you?
I don't know. I'm neutral. I 100%.
This man burned down a huge fucking warehouse worth millions of dollars.
But Jeff Bezos makes more than that warehouse in like 2 hours. I don't really give a shit.
Wow. Look, I get that the salaries in this country are ridiculous and the CEOs are ripping people off, but I don't know. You could have killed somebody burning that warehouse down.
Yeah, the danger is the most important part of that to me. Of like, yeah, make sure people are out, but I just can't care anymore, Tim.
Wow.
I don't have it in me.
Damn. That warehouse was huge. I mean, that was a huge fucking warehouse. I mean, he'll be in restitution for the rest of his life.
Yeah, bro. I don't know. With how the DOJ is right now, they might fuck it up like the Luigi case and the Charlie Kirk case and everything. They don't know how to handle anything. So maybe they'll fuck this one up too. Maybe you can get a good lawyer off of the crowdfunding, the same way the Ford, plant guy made like $500,000 or something.
Wow. And I see in the comments, Base Boogie says, I delivered to that warehouse. It's a trip going there now, seeing it all dark at night. Yeah, that's like a whole city damn near going dark at night. That place, that was a huge building.
You know what? I feel bad for the employees that, still.
Yeah, that's a lot of money lost. I mean, the insurance company that has to pay for that shit. There may be jobs lost there. I mean, that could have a trickle-down effect. The economy, that all the jobs that you're mentioning, that's going to have a trickle-down effect everywhere.
I think you're blowing this out of proportion.
How? Can you imagine? Can you imagine what the taxes, property taxes and stuff on that warehouse was? I mean, that's going to the economy.
They're going to rebuild it, Tim. They'll refill it in 3 days once they start getting trucks rolling back in. I don't give a shit. Tim, this is drop in the bucket. I just said he'll make that back in 2 hours. He'll pay out of his own fucking pocket. For all I give a shit.
No mercy, huh? Sweep the leg.
No, you can't fuck over people this long and lie to people's face and say he's a goddamn doctor. And just have me keep giving you the benefit of the doubt. Go fuck yourself at this point.
Yeah.
Sweep the leg every fucking time at this point.
He's apparently, he probably isn't a doctor. I think it's safe to assume this wasn't meant to portray him as a physician. I mean, I guess that's what he claims he saw, though.
I'm so fucking tired of this memeing presidency. Why does it have to be the biggest fucking snowflake if Jimmy Kimmel says something about him, but then he'll post that gorilla video and just, it wasn't me. Fuck you.
That's a good point. He can dish it, but he's not good at taking it. That is a really.
What did Biden say? He called them the deplorables when they're the people that deny elections. And he got shit for like a year about that. And then they can just do whatever and it goes away in a couple days. I'm fucking sick of this, Tim. As soon as something else happens in the next presidency, because it's gonna go blue at this point.
Well, let me ask you this, because I'm getting while you're hammering Trump. Let me ask you this question, because I'm getting hammered by someone in the comments. Why even trust this? Do you think I'm talking about Angola? No, but you did leave it open. But he says Trump will go down in history as the worst president ever. That is set in stone. Do you agree with him?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that I kind of, unless something changes, I do. Yeah, unless something changes, I do kind of agree with that. No, you're not talking about Angola. Yeah, that unless something changes, unless he really makes the economy blow up or something phenomenal happens, yeah, it's probably not going to be good.
The most impeachments, the longest government shutdowns, and he'll be the first president to have the 25th Amendment used on him. He'll be in the history book.
But here's a slight pushback in claiming he's the worst president in history.
No, fuck you.
I gotta acknowledge though, Sherbert, there are presidents that promoted slavery after Lincoln freed the slaves. His successor literally continued treating African Americans as less than human and set them back for another 100 years. There are some presidents that have done some pretty heinous shit. I think we just, because there's the internet and you can get information quicker, but I still think there may be some presidents that have hurt a lot more people than Trump.
No. Because, one, there are more people on this planet, so their damage can be done to even further things.
I don't put Trump in the category.
Wait.
I gotta disagree.
Finish. No other president has pissed off the entire fucking world except for Turkey, who's getting elected out, and Kim Jong-un and Putin, that we also don't like, who has started another massive fucking war just like our president. So you can miss me with all that.
And I'm going to disagree with you now that I'm thinking about it. Well, I don't know which president was in office, but they literally made the Native Americans, the Trail of Tears, made them walk by foot all the way to reservation. I mean, just like thousands of people died. The Monroe Doctrine. That's some presidents that really, really did some serious damage to humanity. That Trump hasn't caught up with that.
Maybe. I disagree with you, but maybe.
You think Trump is worse than
amazing? That the only thing we have to compare to are literally the worst things.
That's bad. Yeah, that's bad.
Fucking years.
That's bad. But I don't think Trump. I don't think Trump has done stuff.
Said cornflake a bunch. Like, fuck off.
I don't listen. I'm not here suggesting Trump is celebrating Trump, but I don't put him in the category of presidents that have promoted continuing slavery and fought against women's freedoms and civil rights. And like I said, the Trail of Tears. To me, that's worse than Trump. I just think our history books have kind of omitted exactly how bad and how inhumane those folks were. And we're now in an information age where we can find out stuff that we couldn't have found out back then. But I think a lot of them done people a whole lot worse than President Trump.
I don't know, Tim. Just because when you think about the amount of corruption, I can't think of another president that has had like the foreign dignitaries being pardoned and then giving them contracts and their own family members, and like I can't say I know history like amazing, but I've never heard of anything at all close to this kind of nepotism and craziness within our own country.
I think also
there has been some horrible things, and they've lived in their own time and their own values and morals of that time. But within the morals and values and systems that we have built over the last 100 years, he didn't give a shit about it. He's just going to post more gorilla videos and pretending he's a doctor here. So you can miss me with all that shit. He doesn't care about the highest position in the entire fucking world. He doesn't care about it. He's up at 3 a.m. fucking truthing out.
I'll say it like this, because I got a viewer that says that the guy is easily the most corrupt and showed blatantly how it is. He's saying that Trump is easily the most corrupt president. I think the deal is Trump lives in an era where we have evolved to the point where you know, there is a such thing as corruption. Like during the George Washington era and shit, they could be corrupt as fuck, just push natives off their land and just take shit. That would now be considered being very corrupt for Trump to do it. So Trump is living in an era where you're expected to act a lot better. But I do believe there's been presidents that have been worse than him. It's just, it was more acceptable when they were doing it.
Maybe. But again, we're up at like the top tier, the absolute most, the 10 out of this. And so when MAGA Reacts comes and says he's doing everything I voted for, well, then you voted for evil, then. You voted for them shutting off USAID and being giddy about it.
How about this? Somebody in the
chainsaw to our health and human services.
How about this? Somebody in the comments said Richard Nixon.
I mean,
Richard Nixon was more corrupt.
I don't know about that.
It ain't even close.
Actually, I
it ain't
seriously
even
doubt
close.
it by everything I remember. From
Richard Nixon is not.
He was schemy.
It ain't even close. It ain't even close. Richard Nixon was nowhere near. I mean, he ordered, you know, the burglary of his rival's office. That's kind of the Vietnam War we could bring up, but Nixon and Trump has been involved in a whole lot more shit than Nixon.
Do you remember the Nixon golf course in Qatar or Saudi Arabia? I just don't remember those ones. I think I remember something about a peanut farm having to be sold because it was a conflict of interest, but no, it was Nixon, right? That had golf courses everywhere and the hotel deals that are still going on while he's in the office.
I mean, it's possible.
It was Nixon, right?
I mean, it's
the most corrupt ever, Nixon.
I mean, to this day, they don't really have anything in this country named after Nixon because he was viewed as the most corrupt in recent times for sure.
I'm waiting for them to start ripping signs off the buildings as soon as he's fucking out because the same way every single one of his fucking presidential orders are being blocked by judges because he can't just do shit like that. They're gonna rip his name off that Kennedy Center.
Well, but
they're gonna rip his name off of fucking everything. And
I disagree.
In the street.
I disagree. Trump's name will not be removed off everything. In liberal areas, it will. Trump will be a fucking hero in the South. Just like the Confederates, just like you would have thought. Hold on, you would have hold on.
That has to be sold off to corporations now.
Hold on, you would have thought the Confederates would have had their names ripped off everything, considering what they did. They're heroes in the South. Trump will be
made in the 70s, Tim. They
what?
brought that back in the 70s.
I'm just telling you. Now his places with his name on it will be controversial. But I mean, they're going to be right-wing leaders that are naming schools and highways and shit after him in the South. He's going to be a hero in the South.
Maybe, or it's going to be somebody's going to look at it like it was a paper towel warehouse owned by Jeff Bezos.
Oh my God! Let's not do that. I
didn't say they should. I just said they might, imagine, disassociate and see the wrong building there. I guess.
I think Trump. I've said this before. The MAGA hat will be a symbol that will outlive us. I think it will be very similar to the Confederate flag. Folks on the right, this symbol will carry on because it represents a movement. His name will live on. It'll be just in certain environments.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, you're not wrong. There's still the white, coated people running around and still burning their crosses and. You can never really get rid of evil, but you don't have to have it mainstream. And literally talking about these evil people 24/7 because they can't stand to be outside of the spotlight for 5 fucking minutes. I'm tired of this timeline.
Enzo in the comments says he's no different. He's no worse than Ronald Reagan.
I don't know much about Ronald Reagan, honestly. I was born in the 90s.
Ronald Reagan. He says he's no different from Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan had like 49 states vote for him in electoral college. He ain't gonna be Reagan.
I mean, I know he did some shit with, I think, Iran and their Navy. I remember seeing the fat electrician videos about that. But okay, cool. Somebody else did bad things. That doesn't depreciate from the really bad things that are happening now. You were talking about Alligator Alcatraz earlier.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that are missing that went in there and didn't come back out. And nobody's ever going to give a fuck. And that's pretty sad.
Yeah, I heard like 1,200 of them. I think somebody said like 1,200 people went in there and it was never to be seen or heard from. Well, the thing about it is, we know the Trump administration has been really eager to deport people before the courts can actually hear their cases. So They absolutely have made people disappear. They absolutely have made immigrants disappear. Some of the immigrants were not even deported back to the places they came. They had this country in Africa that was willing to take people. They deported people just wherever they had to get them out the country.
There's a fair possibility of that, but I also rather believe Chrissy Nome when she said she had 16 million snacks for alligators at Alligator Alcatraz.
So you think they actually killed some of them deliberately?
It wouldn't surprise me.
Then that would put them in
a possibility that didn't happen, but it also wouldn't surprise me.
Now, if that happened, then that would put them in the category of the Hitlers and type of people. If you're deliberately killing people you don't like, then it's just a matter of quantity compared to Hitler. But that's the same thing he was doing, was killing people he didn't like systemically. So if he done that, then yeah, he's really a bad guy.
Yeah, but they won't care. They won't. If they've already, when the Epstein files came out and he wished Ghislaine Maxwell the best of luck in her trials, and everything else since then has not mattered to them, they're not going to change. I'm done even trying to pretend they will.
I got to move on, but before I do, you're telling me you believe that if it actually came out that the Trump administration was deliberately taking the lives of immigrants, MAGA wouldn't care about that?
No, not even a little. But the gas prices, they might care.
I don't know if I got to agree with that.
They're crazy about this. They're saying do whatever. Send them to CCOT, a worldwide known horrible fucking place to go. And you had Kristi Noem just posing in front of them, just going, don't be here, right?
You're making MAGA sound like a bunch of murderers, Sherbert.
They're fucking psychotic. Fuck MAGA Reacts. Fuck Gen X. Fuck DJ Julio.
I'll leave it at that. Sherbert, thanks for coming through. Appreciate it.
See ya.
All right. Moving on real quick here. They are somebody. You really think they're that bad? Tim, Straight Talk wouldn't give a fuck. Now, I'm going to have to ask him that next time I talk to him. I'm not saying I know that for sure. Hanson Conservative was there. I thought he said he was in the comments. I guess not. Anyhow, I don't know if I would say that MAGA would be okay with killing immigrants. Wow. Anyhow, folks, I appreciate the 149 thou. I do got to step away for a minute, but you guys know how the program is ran. Feel free to follow us if you're watching on Instagram, TikTok, or Substack. We'll be here tomorrow, of course. And if you will, give us a sub on YouTube. It's your boy, Tim, the Handsome Liberal. I gots to go. Y'all take care and have a good night if you can. See ya. And I don't know why my YouTube always does that, but it is what it make it happen. Thank you guys that have tuned in on Instagram and Substack.